Well, Miliagwich, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are on Turtle Island, and welcome to the AFN 7 Generations Continuum of Care Virtual Forum. This is a 3-day event to talk about a new way of doing care and of seeing how to promote wellness for our First Nations peoples in our communities. Before we go on to opening prayer, I just want to take a few moments to talk about our system, the translation, and we'll come back for the rest of the platform after our opening prayer. So, for those of you who are on the platform, if ever you do need French translation, on the top right-hand side of your screen, you have the little FR or EN. Click on that to toggle the language, which will bring you automatically to a translated page. It'll also help with the resources and the bios, but that'll be for later. So now, to start us off in a good way, I'd like to invite one of my mentors, one of the persons that has shared their knowledge with me and always been there, Oscar Kistabish, to come open the meeting for us. If we could have Oscar brought into our room. As we're working on that, just then a quick reminder on the platform you have at the bottom right. If you want to go through the agenda, you have on the bottom right hand side, right next to your chat function, the agenda button. This will bring up a new page, which will give you access to all of the information on what's going to be going on for these next 3 days. And finally, we do have the pleasure of having sign language interpretation. So if ever you do need that, you can contact tech@aspenfilms.ca. The address is in the bottom left hand of your screen. They'll set you up to make sure that you can understand and be here and participate in the conversation with us. I'm going to look over towards our technical staff as our knowledge keeper is being brought over into the room. So Oscar, the microphone is yours to set us off in a good way.
You still in Quebec City?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay. We're ready to start?
The floor is yours.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Migots, everybody. Get some minute done. Etayan. Get some minute done, Yamanum. Minute done, Nujan Snabe Magyamago. Midas is, Panamaki Mojidiak, mi banage menusek, mi bana nogum get to the Mac. Kegun, ge Makuzi Magantogon. Panas Mane, Pana Mishkuki Banagim Kamak, Minumishkiki, mi banage menusek. Mi banage Kiegis Nagushkuda Diaksa. Midas is Minidan Maitayan, Minidan Damijak. Get some minute on Ramago a week ago. My name is Oscar. I'm Algonquin. I don't know if did you present me, Cedric? Yeah.
No,
I'm
it's been fine.
Algonquin from Abitibi, from Picogana in Quebec, north of Quebec. So through the Hammerstein. I'm living in bush now. I'm come from the bush, and I'm born in the bush before I go to the school, Indian resident school. I spent 10 years, St. Mark in Indian resident school, 1955. So till 65, spent 10 years. And I went through everything, all healing, all journeys. And today, we are on, I would like to say is, we have to share what we spend, what we went through. Whatever you are, whatever you hate, because you spent all the through this. That's why we are here. That's why we're staying here. And so I'm happy. I'm happy to see the people. I'm happy to see that then. I'm 76. I just got birthday 2 days ago. And I'm seeing that. I'm seeing young people, teenagers, the babies, they're coming too. You know, we went through everything. Everybody is going through this. What happened? But we don't have to stop. You know, we have to go through everything. Yes, and I know I have to a lot of things to share. You too, you have to share too. Whatever you age, because we heard lots testimonies, lots your parents, your family, what you went through, what happened to the different communities too. Some some place they have to make a blockade. Some place, you know. So today we are here. We're not here for nothing, you know. We are with some reason why we're together, why we are standing together, why we were talking together. So that's a very important today. We're able to do today, you know. I just come from my camp today, this morning. It was very nice today, very warm. So we still have ice over there in my my camp. We don't have no more snow, but the ice is still there. With some geese there, some birds. The nature changing. The nature is coming. So the nature teaching us how to be together. The nature give us all the birds are singing. There's a reason why they're singing. Us, we have to listen that, you know. So there's a change coming, you know. Us too, we have to go follow those signs of nature. So is today we're going to talk about something very special, very important. What kind of generation is coming? I'm a grandfather, grand Shumas, I would call that. I don't know. So I got grandchild now, 4th generation. So it's very important to be there. Very important to be with them. Very important to be standing together. Something happened since 2 years, but we stay in the year, you know. Some people die, but I think they die for us, and we have to find a way. They call it meshkiki. That's meshkiki. That's medicine. Medicine is there, so we have to reuse them. We have to find a way. Me, I use every day meshkiki to help me. I know there's a meshkiki from in the bush. From a Labrador tea, there's shaga, there's the cedars liquid. There's a lot of things in the bush. We have to see somebody who's a medicine woman, medicine man. And they said you can use this, you can able. So that's what we have to do today. So to go through. It's not we don't see each other yet. We don't have a meeting yet, face to face. I mean, prison. So there's a time for us, to stand together, to be together. It's very important that. So that's what I'm gonna say today. We got all day, so we're gonna pray today. Just talk to we call him Gijimandu, whatever you call him. We speak to them. Again, we say gay me. Ahemeda. Ahemeda just mean we talk to him. So that's what I'm gonna do. Migat, Gijimandu. Kakana gun gasawin mizano gasikak. King kakana gikandan, egunen den damar. King kakana ganabadan. Asa nagaskag nuijin schnabemak. Asa na nuamak. And Nuiji Sugaja, Jokugabuak. Gay miak nuijin schnabemak. Gabapimen. Gay me the men. Neo nagudan magushaman. Mimozaga. Kiji. And the Gizamanomadisiak. And the Gizaganabatamakai Jayak. And the Gizi. Go and the Gizi. Wapatamakadi Jayak. Robert Kitchen Snabegi with the Magunan. Hadigay Hadigato Tamak. Gishawan Megunan. In a Zigijan. Kianamweg. Me and the Skashawan Mugo. Me the Smigots, Gainana. A Simigots a Benujizak. A Quesasak. Nabesak. A code. Nabek. Kitchen Snabe, Nemosham Kukum. And Nemoshamashet. You got Kanamigots Gainana. You got Skidaman. Mearbana Gimanaja connect a such. Awasisak. Mittego. Kanagimanaja talk, Kikanaba the Makime. Nibi. Iskude. A Kanabana Kamadishi Magawasisak. Pana and the Gikanamakune. Midas Nogum. Migachikatum. Migachkanagaja when Miguak. Kakana Sagisha when Megoman. Kino the Gijiganabatum. So I say thank you for today. Migach. Just I want to say thank you for everything for us. We got a gift today. We're going to spend today. We're going to talk each other. We're going to express ourselves. Such is the gift. But you have to take care of the water, the fire, the animals, everything in the bush, the trees. We have to respect what's living. That's all a connection, we call that. All my relation. The man, all the kids. You see the kids are running. That's a gift for us. The girls, the boys, that's they're living with us. The man or woman, the elders, Musham, Kukum. So we have to respect everything. We have to take care for the living. So I will say thank you for this. We got this for today. We got this every day. But today is more important today because we have to take care of everything today. Yesterday is not there anymore. Yesterday is memories. So tomorrow is not there yet too. So today is here. So I'm gonna say thank you for today. Miigwech. Oh,
Miigwech, Oscar, Olalan. Merci à toi pour ça. So now just to go over some of the more technical sides of our day before going on and really starting with the meat and the objectives. First and foremost, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Cedric Gray-Lahou. I am Mi'kmaq from the community of Listigouge. I am Justice Initiatives Advisor at the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Health and Social Services Commission, President and spokesperson for the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Youth Network. But most importantly, today I am here as your MC and here for the next 3 days, following along and learning on what is the Seven Generations Continuum of Care and how can we have that First Nations perspectives in the services that we offer. To go over the platform really quickly, as you see on your screen, you have access to what we're going to be calling the main stage today. And on the right-hand side, you do have a chat function, which will be monitored by AFN staff and myself. So throughout the day, during our question and answer periods, you just have to send in your questions there, and we'll make sure to get them to our speakers. On the top right-hand side, like I said earlier, you have the French and English buttons to be able to get simultaneous translation, as well as at the bottom, you have the contact for sign language interpretation. Finally, if we go to the top of the page, you have forum stage, resources, speakers, and tech support. So these four icons will bring you to exactly what they say. Forum stage, back to me and my voice. Resources are all of the documents that have been provided by our speakers, the different documents provided by AFN, which will be spoken on in our next presentations, as well as the bios in our speakers tab. Finally, if ever you do have tech support issues, the numbers and contact information can all be found in tech support, or else you'll be seeing it come up once in a while on the slides during the day. I also want to take time to acknowledge that I am presenting to you and I'm speaking to you from Wendat territory. But again, with the realities of being virtual, just taking a moment to recognize where you are on Turtle Island and recognizing the guardians of the land on which you participate from. So I want to thank the Wendat Nation for taking care of Quebec and the surrounding areas, as mentioned by Oscar earlier. If we go into our agenda for the day, you'll be seeing that the AFN decided to do something a little different and something that I'm really glad to see. So we'll be having speakers throughout the day talking about the potentials of First Nations health, talking about what a 7 generations continuum of care can look like, going on to integrating priority populations and seeing how different people can have different needs and how, as a First Nations continuum, we really make sure to respect all those needs. But one of the parts that I find is most important today is we'll be having a cultural reflection at the beginning of each day where one of our knowledge keepers will come and speak to us on a certain topic. So we had knowledge keeper Oscar open up the day for us, but we will be coming back to him soon just to be able to be in his wisdom and hear from him and the experience that he has. But on to the real stuff now. Enough talking for me. Just want to say that National Chief Roseanne Archibald could not make herself available for this meeting. We do know that she has an incredibly busy schedule and that she is working really hard for our people, but she sends her best regards and really does hope and wants to reinforce the importance of this event, as well as the importance of looking towards a First Nations approach to health. But our first speaker in that case will be Mr. Andrew Bisson, Director of the AFN Health Sector, who's here to talk about the AFN's priorities. So Andrew, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Cedric. Ani, Andrew Bisson, Indigenous Cause, Chigin First Nation, and Domjaba, Makwan and Dodom. I want to start by thanking Knowledge Keeper Oscar for providing the opening remarks and starting us in a good way. My name is Andrew Bisson. I'm the Director of Health at the AFN. I've been in this position for about 9 months now. I'm joining you today from unceded Algonquin territory in Ottawa. I'm Anishinaabe from Chigin First Nation in Manitoulin Island, Ontario. I'm very pleased to be here to help introduce our event, taking place virtually over the next 3 days. Today, you will find that we have developed a proactive program with speakers who will demonstrate the realignment of health, social, and economic services needed to better serve our people in their communities. We will showcase examples of systems that embrace our cultures and wellness goals that support all ages and our vulnerable groups with specific needs within our society. The work of a 7 generations continuum of care is founded in Resolution 19/2019 and has continued to evolve from the need to step away from the siloed program by program approach and begin to address the long-standing and growing gaps for continuing care in First Nation communities. It is a vision that will ensure the health, social, and economic well-being for First Nations as they age and as their care needs change. We are here to take steps in moving away from deficits-based data and indicators while moving forward in envisioning systems that align with our strength-based goals of resilience founded on our cultures, knowledge, and paradigms. I'm excited to learn from our elders, visionary presenters, and knowledge keepers today and over the next 3 days. Claiming health sovereignty and constructing a definition of a continuum of care is an important outcome of this gathering and a key priority for the health sector here at the AFN. We all have the goal of one day having a seamless, culturally safe system of care for First Nations throughout their entire lifespan. I want to acknowledge and say thank you to the folks that put this event together. In particular, Jonathan Dunn from the AFN Health Sector, whose leadership on this file has been integral to us gathering here today. Miigwech.
Merci, Monsieur Bisson, pour ce mot d'ouverture et pour vraiment nous
Thank you,
commencer.
Mr. Bisson, for this opening words and to help us to start this forum and to give us the right direction to know where we're heading and why we're here today. As I've mentioned, I'm very happy to see this in this forum. The next presentation will be made by Oscar Kistabish, our knowledge keeper that opened the day today. And he's here with us today to share his vision of a continuum over 7 generations. Oscar, the mic is yours.
Est-ce que tu m'entends, Cédric?
Now
Oui.
you hear me, Cédric?
Okay. Very good. J'ai combien de temps?
How long do I have?
On va dire une demi-heure.
Let's say half an hour.
C'est quoi cette génération?
So what does 7 generation means? It's
Une belle vision.
a good idea. It's a great vision. It's a great concept.
Cette génération.
7 generation.
Moi, je peux être à la 7e génération, celui qui sont en arrière de moi.
I could follow the 7th generation prior to myself.
Parce que je suis
I am in the 7th generation of something.
J'en ai 6 générations en arrière de moi qui m'ont transmis des choses.
I have at least 6 generations
Que je
before
suis
me.
présentement, c'est grâce à eux autres.
And if I'm here today,
Générations qui sont en
it's
arrière de moi.
because of
Eux
them.
autres qui m'ont donné
They
toute la culture, toute la langue,
gave
toute leur
me
pensée,
my
toute leur
culture, my
philosophie,
language,
toute la-
their way of life, their way of
d'être
thinking,
Anishinaabe pour moi.
what it is to be an Anishinaabe, to be
C'est eux autres qui m'ont transmis ça.
part of the First Nation. They've transmitted this to me.
Je peux être en plein
At the same time,
dans le milieu de cette génération.
I could be right in the middle of the 7th generation.
Je peux avoir 3 en arrière de moi.
I could look at 3 generations.
Arrière-grands-parents.
I could have my great-grandparents,
Avant de moi,
grandparents, parents, and then in front of me, I have my children,
petits-enfants.
my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. I'm right in the middle
Cette
of
génération.
7 generations.
J'en ai eu 3 générations en arrière de moi qui m'ont donné.
I've got 3 generations prior to me that gave me everything that they
Moi,
could,
j'étais en milieu
and I'm
où c'est
right in the middle where the residential
c'est là que ça-
school happened
ça a
in
commencé,
55.
en plein ma génération.
That's where it started with my generation. That's where it's
Ceux
changed.
qui étaient avant moi,
And the one before me. They were always in the forest. They've never had, they didn't know this type of education, villages, road. They didn't know about cars. They didn't have skidoos, four-wheelers. So those generation could live easily and live in a good way. And they've transmitted this to me. I was born in 46 and I went to the residential school in 55. It changed everything. Then I went to school. Then I had children in the 70s, in 74, and then the 80s. That's the era of my children. Then I got grandchildren. They arrived in the 2000s, and the great-grand children, they arrived like 2 years ago. So I am right in the middle of a cycle of 7 generations. I've got 3 behind, 3 in front of me. At the same time, I could be the first of 7 generations. I will have 6 generations in front of me. I could be the first of that cycle. I already have 4 with me. And so we have other generations that are not yet born. So it's a whole big responsibility that we have and where you're at. I got my language. It's been transmitted to me. The tradition was given to me. Visual education was transmitted to me. Oral education. And the visual and hearing. I was in a Kitnagan. You know those plank that we put a baby in. I was raised in one of those when I was a baby. So when they put me in a Tiknagan, I started to see. That was visual education. I heard, I was listening. I was a baby, 1, 2, 3 months, all the way to 9 months that I was in there. So I got all this education, visual and hearing, auditive. So that was my basic education. I gave that to one of my daughter. I put her in that such Tikanagan. And today it started to change. Today, my great grandchildren, they put them in a Tiknagan, but not long. And some of them didn't even use it. So it's changing. So the knowledge that we transmit, the knowledge that we have with us, that were given to us, that we try to transmit to the next generations, I don't know how it's going to be done, but me, I have a responsibility, myself, my generation, whether I'm at the end, in the middle, or at the beginning of a cycle. I have a responsibility to transmit what I was given, all the culture that I was given, my way of thinking, my way of believing, eating, the way to live together with all the relations and what's on the earth with the people.
Il faut que je ne transmets ce que je peux, de tout que je peux faire.
So I have to convey all that I can to the future generation. So my daughter will be part of the next generation, will also have her own share of responsibility. And she does it, she began already. She's organizing ceremonies and she's taking care of that transmission. And then the grandchildren are beginning as well. They are going out, they are going to our places. And so each generation is learning something from what they see as they watch. But what is really important is to be attentive, is to pay attention. And we need to look carefully, to watch carefully. I've learned a lot of things by looking around. I observed the elders, the spiritual and cultural guides when they were doing their ceremonies. They had their own way of doing things. And when I do those ceremonies as well, I have my own way, even though I respect the protocol, the way of doing things. Because the 7 generations represent almost 200 years in the past and in the future. And so the memory is there, it's them. They have to preserve that memory, to preserve it. And for that, we convey knowledge, we convey words, and those words, that knowledge, they have to travel throughout those 7 generations, my generation and the ones that will follow my generation. I have already 4 generations behind me, and other 3 ahead of me. So even though we didn't learn the language, it's a very important tool to convey things. Even if we learn one single word, we can say a lot of things. A word, a simple word, can describe a lot, can describe my way of seeing things, my way of living, my beliefs. And we call that Minumak Desire. Minumak Desire is a concept. It's a concept that we have already always lived, and I've learned it. Minumak Desire means well, live well, to be well, the well living, Minumak Desire, and language is part of it. But then how will we live well? It's a concept similar to buen vivir in Spanish. So it's a concept that we inherited from my parents, my grandparents. They all knew that. And this is what I'm conveying as well to others, to the next generations. So this is what I'm sharing. And it's coming from very, very far. And what we do presently, what we say now, will go much further than the present moment. But to make sure that it is conveyed, we have to do things properly. We have to convey what we have learned to others. We simply need to be natural, to be ourselves. So sharing, conveying what is given to us today, sharing it to the next. And we don't need to make things more complicated. What I have learned are very simple things. Those are things that are very close to nature, easy things, simple. And those are the things that we need to keep on conveying to others. That way has to be paved by us. And this is our responsibility. the next generation will have their own responsibilities. Then they will have their own knowledge, their own things to carry, and they will carry what we give them to the next one. The children, what they learn today is what we convey to them. And it's what the elders taught us, what the ceremonies will teach them, what the language will teach them. This is what will make up their own luggage, their own set of knowledge that I will convey when the time comes. My daughter has already grandchildren, so she is already one with 3 generations or 2 generations after her. So she assumed that responsibility already, and she needs to look ahead. And she needs to make sure that the children and grandchildren watch, observe, listen. They need to participate in ceremonies, in gatherings. They need to learn a little bit their language. They need to be taught words in their language. So this is what matters. We, each of us, we have our own responsibility to learn and then to teach, to learn, to watch, and then to convey what we know. Those are very simple things that were taught to us by our parents and grandparents. We didn't invent anything. We cannot invent things. Those are things that were transmitted to us. They shared with us their life, their language, their knowledge, their way of seeing things. They simply transmitted it to us, conveyed it. And where I am now, I have to do the same with the next generation. And each generation has also the responsibility to learn. They will take their place wherever they are. And there's a reason for everything. We're here for a clear reason. There's something to learn. There's something to share. There's something to receive. We will be receiving gifts as we're gathering. And those gifts that we will receive today will need to hand them back to the next one. We cannot keep those gifts to ourselves. We have to share them. And then the next one will be sharing those same gifts to others. That's the only way. That's the only way. We have lived, we have experienced that, and our parents and grandparents have experienced that before us. And they talk about that. They talk about the Spanish flu, for example, in the past, back a century ago. In 1920, they've known the Spanish flu. They know about pandemics. They've experienced that. And I've heard of those testimonies. I've heard that because my parents or grandparents lived that and they shared it with us. So what we've just experienced those last couple of years is it's important to share it, to transmit it to the next to come. It's important to tell them how we survived that, how we coped with it. I remember medicine in the forest and the way to look at the forest with those eyes in our community. The community seen as a family. So that's how they were able to survive those pandemics. They coped as families, as communities. And that's the way we have to do it as well. This is what keeps us together. And this is what is also challenging us today. How can we give back? How can we give back the gift that we receive from our parents and grandparents? How can we hand it to our children and grandchildren, the same gift? Because they will eventually give it to their own children. We have to be aware of that. We have to be aware of the importance of sharing that gift. when you kill a beaver, you share it afterwards. You share it with others, with your community. So this is really at the heart of our way to live, the way we do things. We don't need complicated things. We have to stick with simple things and talk about what we've seen, what we've learned. Because there are things that we've heard when we were young. The 7 values, the 7 Anishinaabe values. And those words, I still remember those words. Today, those words have been translated into other languages, French or English, but those same words existed when we were young. We would use them every day when we were young. All those values of ours, many words in our language to define those values, those seven values that we share. And this is what is challenging us today. And don't be shy. People might laugh at what we say, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes I laugh too. I find it's funny sometimes when I'm sharing those things. And laughter is a good thing. I've learned how to laugh with my grandparents. They would laugh all the time. The elders were laughing all the time. And it's important to keep on laughing. As long as we're able to laugh, we are alive. It's important to play as well, to play drums. Very important. We can feel the beat. It's very important to use drums. So we were also entrusted sacred objects, sacred gifts like those, all the plants, all the values, all the ceremonies. All those were gifts entrusted to us. And we have to preserve them. Some people will keep those values, will keep those gifts. Others will choose other values. But that was the teaching. That's the teaching that we received. That's the gift that we were entrusted and that we need to share. So today I keep on learning. I'm still learning a lot of things. An elder told me once, my life is all that. The whole arm is my life. But I've learned all the way to the hand only. I still have the whole arm length to learn. And he was 92 years old, this elder. He was from Kitigan-Zibi. And he was very, very humble, very authentic, very simple person. That's the way he was. And that's how we should be. So this is what I wanted to share with you today. The way I look at those 7 generations, the way I live those 7 generations, and I will live at that because I'm getting towards the end of my 7th generation. But at the same time, I'm right in the middle. And at the same time, I'm beginning the first of another 7 generations. So I like look at young people. I like being with people, men, women, young people, and share. If you go to powwows, you see even very young children dancing, 1, 2 years old dancing. When I was young, we couldn't do that. We couldn't dance when we were very young. But today, younger children can dance as well. And it's important to preserve that. Be patient, be patient. Begin with a word. a little word like that, when you understand it, can explain a whole sentence that long. So it explains a lot of things. It entails a lot of concept, that single word. So that's why it's important to teach and to learn words. Be patient, be authentic. So this is really what I wanted to tell you today. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you to you for sharing with us and for trying to do a little different than we usually do at the AFN and including our elders and our knowledge keepers to share this wisdom with us. So thank you. Merci.
Yeah, Jonathan. Now I see you. I see your face now.
Our next speaker, as presented by Oscar, is Jonathan Luke Dunn,
Okay.
Senior Policy Analyst at the AFN Health Sector, who's here to talk about exploring the realities and potentials in First Nations health, setting up the context of this forum, but also talking about the different objectives that we have for the next 3 days. So Jonathan, the floor is yours.
All right, perfect. I'm just gonna wait for my slides. Hopefully everybody sees them. But I'll start off with my introduction. So yes, perfect, thank you. So my name is Jonathan Dunn. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst at AFN's Health Sector. I'm a Anishinaabe, Loon Clan, member of the Mississauga First Nations in Northern Ontario, and I'm joining you from the Guinea-Gahaga territory in Montreal. So I'm happy that I'm seeing the people that I'm seeing today and grateful that we can start the 7 Generations Continuum of Care conversation and explore the realities and potentials of First Nations wellness. So next slide, please. The objective of this presentation is to summarize the context of the current healthcare landscape, characterize a working definition of the continuum of care approach, and review the forum's agenda and goals. Next slide, please. So I want to start and share just a glimmer of the natural continuum of care that existed before the arrival of those living beyond the oceans. A word to describe this time would be balanced. Everything had their place. Nature and every member had roles and responsibilities. Everyone and everything was unique, and in that uniqueness, there was unity that formed a society. Nature, the elements, animals, our plants, medicines took care of us, and that protection and connection to the earth enabled us to be caretakers for our families, the young and the old, our communities and nations. And this reciprocal relationship was a complete holistic arrangement. Our society's wellness, a continuum of care, was and has always been circular in structure. It was prevention-oriented, proactive, solutions-based, and secure. From pre-birth to death, it supported everyone and everything towards the health and wellness. Balance was observed, balance was practiced by each extension of creation, externally and internally. Next slide, please. However, through the process of colonization, the balance was offset and the first ways of being were radically changed by mechanisms of division and fragmentation. There was a clear foreign mandate to engage and assimilate through the process of breaking down and carving out that have affected our culture and well-being. Our lands, our language, culture, medicine, knowledge have all been methodically dissected, removed, and given to museums, collectors, the medical field, the various governments. Their efforts to remove us from our identity and ways was their premeditated method of trying to weaken us and assimilate us. Next slide, please. Despite the ruptures caused by the process of colonization, we remain today a resilient people. But we have been given a fragmented medical system that is filled with gaps, loops, and hurdles, that we don't even view the hospital the same way a general Canadian would. Typical Canadians would associate the hospital waiting room with a little discomfort and maybe anticipating the outcome of their appointment, but generally having full confidence that the healthcare system will coordinate a follow-up and provide reasonable next steps. But for many First Nations peoples, we have a different view. We see something that could be represented as a collapsed bridge, where the owner of the bridge tells us, there's still a bridge there. Last year's budget, we spent millions of dollars for upkeep. And then we asked the owner of the bridge, well, could we help you repair the bridge? And we get a quick answer, no. Then we asked, could we build our own bridge? And the owner would reply, no. So then we say to ourselves, it's probably better if we just cross the river through another way. And we're told, no, if you want to get to the other side of the river, you have to use the bridge. Next slide, please. So taking the bridge illustration, one can see our current landscape is riddled with cracks and holes. We have a complex multi-jurisdictional environment that involves different levels of care, different sources of funding, different healthcare workers and management, and different delivery models. The care is so fragmented, racist at times, and siloed that the communications are vulnerable to breakdown. The difficulty of navigating through the system is a struggle, and the quality of care is not guaranteed. Then, if the required level of care is not localized, First Nations members have to go through a different structure of the medical system, off reserve, or simply go without. The number of barriers to care is unacceptable, and the hesitancy of seeking care due to these issues is a common compounding negative effect that causes more harm to the individual and community. Next slide. But what do we have to compare this system to? Some First Nations already have a healthcare system in place, and we've invited some of those representatives to speak on their success and hear about their journey. Some nations have embarked in setting up their own workforce and regional authorities. So we're all in different stages, but we're all on a similar path, which will be a long, arduous journey. As an elder said a few weeks ago at the Vatican press briefing, he said, we're all on a railroad track. If you're by yourself, it's hard to balance on the metal beam. But if you clasp in hands with someone balancing on the parallel beam, you can restore balance and walk forward. So in our track, it seems like we have to drag our partner nation, Canada, on the reconciliation journey. We need to show them that reclaiming and restoring is the only way forward. So the AFN sector provided a context of First Nations approach to care. In response to the Chief Medical Officer of Canada's Public Health 2021 report, we stated that First Nations health systems follow a natural continuum of care that is balanced on the cycle of life, from pre-pregnancy to death, that weaves in our medicines and teachings. While there is no single definition of First Nations wellness, there is a shared understanding of the interconnectedness between the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual realms, and the understanding that they are shaped by the environment in which we live. We need to have culturally grounded focus. Next slide, please. As we focus to transform the system to a First Nations way, the current system has alienated itself from its original structure of patient-oriented care that is more of an industrial assembly line. They limit the time for each patient so the doctor can see the next person as quick as possible. As we see from the first half of this table, from an assembly line, we need to transform it to an all relations standard so that we focus on the individual, family, and community. We need to leave the sickness-based model and turn towards a wellness promotion model. We even need to change our language and limit the use of the term patient and use the term client. Because with the sickness-based model, the term patient is now associated with sickness. But with a wellness promotion model, a client will not be assumed to be sick. They could be just visiting his or her healthcare provider for a checkup, and that's it. The term client also empowers the individual to be an active participant in their own care plan. And visiting each point of the list with multi-jurisdictional issues, we should replace it with First Nations-led systems. From a Western-focused modality of health, we should transform it to a culturally anchored care that applies the two-eyed seeing approach, bridging the two worlds, inclusive of all knowledge and practices. The siloed health services, we need to have a better coordinated partnerships. Examining the health services and staff, we need to respect the physician, but also be inclusive of other health providers. We need to change the pharmacology industrial complex and promote our Indigenous healing practices. And we need to build up the number of First Nations in our healthcare provider positions and advocate for community helpers to receive funding, accreditation, to better support our staff and communities. Next slide, please. In order to ensure these transformations, the federal government needs to meet us with these three main criteria. In 2017, AFN released the First Nations Health Transformation Agenda, and it was a foundational report with numerous recommendations to transform health systems for First Nations. But its main three overarching goals to self-determined health governance and service delivery were: one, get the relationship right, such as removing jurisdictional ambiguities and ensuring that in all collaborative or co-developed initiatives, First Nations are equal partners from the very beginning. Number two, First Nations capacity first. There needs to be support for community-based workforces to reduce high human resources turnover rates. This includes equitable pay, access to professional development and accreditation, and access to technologies, as well as ensuring support for data capacity and sovereignty. And three, sustainable investments. There needs to be predictable and sustained funding envelopes to meet needs proactively and with flexibility, with reduced reporting requirements that restrict holistic solutions. Next slide, please. So meeting the momentum with the recent royal assent of the Bill C-15, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, stating that Indigenous peoples have the right to determine and develop health, housing, and other economic social programs affecting them through their own institutions. AFN passed Resolution 19/2019, entitled Developing a Seven Generations Continuum of Care for First Nations by First Nations of Health, Economic, and Social Services. This is where it was put on paper that we need to develop a holistic continuum approach of supports and services to address the long-standing growing gaps for continuing care in First Nations communities and to ensure social and economic well-being for First Nations as they age and as their care needs change. Next slide, please. So, a seven generations continuum of care approach to wellness is a vision for health and well-being that is grounded in First Nations ways of knowing. Next slide, please. But let's break down the title, Seven Generations Continuum of Care. Members of the AFN team who drafted Resolution 19/2019 wanted to make sure that we had at the forefront the seven generations principle included, so that in the development of this approach, there was a driven intent to make sure every decision maintains a sustainable world for our unborn. That's why this process should not be rushed. It needs to be inclusive as possible to make sure no one is left behind and to make sure that the system is malleable and scalable so that when our communities grow, when our communities grow, the infrastructure, human resources, funding can grow as well. And the continuum of care can be detailed as a continuous, dynamic, holistic approach that provides targeted care to an individual's group's needs over a lifetime. It must be effective, encapsulate prevention, intervention, and postvention strategies to serve its population. So our current working definition, next slide. Thank you. Our current working definition of a seven generations continuum of care is a holistic model in which is accessible across all dimensions, built around the individual and community, governed by First Nations, collaborative, and integrated into the broader healthcare system, ensures health, social and economic well-being, culturally safe, embeds traditional medicine as an integral aspect of care, maintainable and sustainable for all the following generations, and has the data information needed to effectively manage and evaluate services. Next slide, please. Understanding a continuum of care definition is ever evolving and will look different between regions and nations. We crafted this definition from the 2020 report, Options for First Nations Seven Generations Continuum of Care. It was a literature review that provided context on supportive legislative environment, existing frameworks, and recommendations of commissions regarding Indigenous healthcare, and reviewed 4 case studies of governance and management and health services of integration. This pamphlet is also at our resource tab on this website. So if you would like to look at it, please do download it. Just seeing that I'm running a little out of time, I'm going to continue forward. So next slide. There's no doubt that there will be different definitions and applications to a seven generations continuum of care. but there will be encompassing themes. And just to name the first few, it will be sustainable and scalable. It will exercise self-determination and sovereignty over the health system, and it will be integrated and coordinated care. Next slide. So as you can see, the continuum of care is an expansive topic, and that's why we're so glad to share this as AFN's first national event concerning this subject. And so we've done our best to provide the space and to start the conversation and bring the light to this monumental work. And as you'll see in the agenda, each day will be broken down into 3 themes. Day 1, exploring what a continuum of care approach is. Day 2 will illustrate the continuum of care by following the natural circular path of life. And day 3, listening to the existing workforces and continuum of care systems. We are glad to have a diverse list of speakers, and those speaking from experience, those who are leaders and managers in their sector, and those who are advisory experts. So moving on to the next slide. Just to give you a breakdown of the forum, we drafted the agenda and we were diligently trying to ground our forum in our ways. We attempted to touch upon the aspect of the medicine meal. We wanted to anchor each day with a cultural teaching to open our spiritual side in a good way. We welcomed traditional modern artists to provide a space for emotional expression through music and humor. As 4 hours of sitting down, it can be a very difficult task for many, so we encourage you to take time and stand up and stretch, but look forward to today's Get Up and Move session with Amanda Fox. And at last, we will have 3 days of knowledge sharing and exchanging and hopefully invigorate your line of work. So next slide, please. So the desired goals of this forum are as follows. First, discuss the standards for a sustainable and scalable 7 generations continuum of care approach for different First Nations populations. Identify realistic strength-based indicators of wellness when implementing a 7 generations continuum of care to measure success. Engage with champions of health and listen to their thoughts and perspectives, and initiate the 7 generations continuum of care conversation and push the model in all areas of health and wellness. So I want to thank you and welcome you to AFN's 7 Generations Continuum of Care virtual forum. Oh, next slide, please. I guess we don't. All right, well, that is the end of my presentation. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jonathan, for setting the stage on the next 3 days, giving us that concepts around which we're going to work, and also seeing a First Nations perspective on what it can become and where we're going towards. So right now we're coming to our first break. It won't be like in the agenda. Our music break had to be put back to tomorrow. So this will just be a quick 10 minutes about. We're going to come back at 12:15 Eastern time. So go shake up your legs, grab another coffee, do what you have to do. And we'll see you back in 10-15 minutes for Vanessa Tate's journey through the healthcare system, addressing some of those issues that were brought about by Jonathan in his presentation. So we'll be back in 12 minutes. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone, for our second part of our first day for the 7 Generations Continuum of Care Forum. Our next presentation will be by Vanessa Tate, a Two-Spirit Cree woman who's here to share her story and her father's story of going through the health system and trying to honor his life and bring forward the issues that have arise during her time in the system, as well as some of the solutions around these issues. So Vanessa will be available for a few questions at the end. We'll try to get about 10 minutes in. So during her presentation, if you have any questions, use the chat function on your right-hand side, send in your questions, and we'll have staff and myself monitoring them and bringing them to Vanessa at the end of her presentation. You can ask questions all throughout, and then we'll make sure to get them to her by the end. So, Vanessa, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Cedric. So tansan na tutimak ani boys that make na squeal na tasagasan opi pon piwen ne coach sinida. Sa kananas mit na notes kagi sagak uta kapi mamoyak mitanan sagi tuan agwa medo pematsuin agwa koyas kayamuin. So I just wanted to honor, our Cree language. It's important for me to be grounded in that way. And, I just wanted to also say that, my dad's here with me in spirit. So this is both of our stories as well, too. My spirit name is Stands with the Wolf. The name given to me by my parents is Vanessa Tate. I'm from Opiponapiwin Cree Nation, also known as South Indian Lake. It's a small Cree community in northern Manitoba. So I'm here representing my family as a daughter who has had to advocate, support a family member. So my father, in his difficult journey as a Cree First Nation patient from northern Manitoba, figuring out his way through the complex healthcare system we have here in Manitoba. So our community is located approximately 12-hour drive north of Winnipeg, and by our area, you must take 2 planes with a transfer in Thompson Airport. So in saying that, we must travel farther to access adequate healthcare and see specialists for heart disease, kidney disease, and cancer, just to name a few. So I'd like to start the presentation off with showing the documentary, A Gift to Give. And after that, I'll be doing a brief presentation for about 20 minutes, and then we'll go to Q&A. So I'm just gonna get them to queue up the video. My name is Vanessa Tate. I am from Opiponapiwin Cree Nation, also known as South Indian Lake, Manitoba. So my dad is a man of few words. When he first found out that I was, two-spirited, it caused a little bit of a rift in our relationship. And being in the same environment and living with him, I was always fearful to be who I am. I didn't want to lose that connection with my father. Here's a tea, Dad.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I grew up the only girl, and I'm the baby of the family. I was Daddy's girl. For the long as I remember, my dad was a carpenter. The main value he taught me was to be very independent. So I basically isolated myself from who I was as a two-spirited person. There are many times where, again, I knew that I didn't want to show any type of, behavior where I was expressing who I was as a two-spirited person. I kept it really hidden. For me, my focus was on taking care of him.
Ten more minutes. And then 10 minutes of holding.
Prior to my dad being diagnosed with kidney disease, my dad actually had the chronic disease around hypertension and as well as diabetes. So when he started getting more sick, that's when, I guess the family doctor back home realized that, something was up. So he did, come out to Winnipeg to get further testing. He was basically told that he needed to be on hemodialysis. There's not a lot of services when it comes to health in our community. I was able to actually see a lot of the systemic racism, challenges and barriers that Indigenous people face in the healthcare system. We knew my father needed a kidney transplant in order to be able to go home and be with his grandchildren. And so I decided to explore the option of being a kidney donor for him. The process started where we did a cross match, and it turned out that I was actually a 6-on-6 match, and it was 100%. And I always jokingly say, and I phone my mom, I was like, my dad is my dad. So you go this way. There's an eagle up there.
It's funny, it's flying over St. John's Park or on the other side. You know that?
You see that eagle?
Okay, I'll be your anchor. You go first.
I think we'll just go down there. For me, I really believe in the spiritual aspect of things, and I know that I'm going to be gifting a piece of myself. And so I know that I will be grieving a part of myself because, I'm removing it from myself and giving it to my dad. It's still going to be here in this physical world, but it will no longer be a part of who I am within my physical realm. You're making him cry.
You're making me cry.
When I found out the date when the transplant would happen, I went to go and tell him again, and he didn't say anything. So I know he probably feels like, you know, do I take my, I think he thinks that, like, do I take my baby girl's kidney? I don't know what's gonna happen for both me and my dad. I actually really worry for my dad too because of his high risk. But I know, you know, Creator will take care of us.
Well, I'm kind of happy. I'd love to go back to my community. I miss my grandchildren.
All right, I'll see you. See ya. Alrighty. Well, here I go. Off to the unit. Well, the day has come.
How you feeling?
I feel okay. I feel tired. I feel like somebody kicked me in the stomach, but I'm fine. I'm just thinking about my dad right now. He's in surgery. I'm praying to God. Later, he comforts him and takes care of him. And he's a strong man. He's gonna make it out.
So today we're having a celebration barbecue for the successful journey through the kidney transplant for me and my dad, and also celebrating my 37th birthday, which is tomorrow. My parents will also be going home in a couple of days, so you know this is prime time to celebrate the kidney transplant journey. For me, the lesson was that, you know, again, I had a gift to give. So for myself, it was, you know, ensuring that, you know, this gift was given. My purpose was fulfilled. Creator has given me, you know, a gift of 2 kidneys. I will walk the rest of my journey with one.
I appreciate what my daughter does, not just for me, I guess the whole family. She's a pretty strong lady.
Me gifting my dad my kidney, to me truly means that, you know, he is going to accept all of me and who I am as a two-spirited person. That day when I took him to the airport, he hugged me and he said, "Thank you, my girl, I love you." Just those few words I waited for. When he was going home, he said them. He said, "I love you, my girl."
Nanas komentar si imi titiorce the Milano is. Says I appreciate my daughter gave me a kitty. She gave me the gift of life, they call it.
So thank you. I'd like to thank again my sister, my friend Erica Daniels, owner and executive producer of Kajik Productions, and her team Addison and Paul for making this documentary. It's actually medicine for my family and our people. So thank you also to my partner at the time, which you've seen in the video, for helping me take care of my dad at the time. I couldn't have done it alone. Also like to thank my previous work family at the time, for the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat of Manitoba. This is where I learned how to become an advocate and to navigate through the healthcare system, is with the support of my work family and the support and the research and the education and awareness that I got from them. So I'm actually going to move now on to a PowerPoint presentation. I do only have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to try and tell what I need to tell in that short time. The first slide here is a picture of a bear. So as you can see that my dad has recently, a year ago, has gone to the spirit world. At that time, he had said that the bears were coming to get him. And in the therapy and body therapy work that I do, the kidneys represent courage, right? So I, linked those two in this logo here that is used for kidney awareness walk that I do. So I'm going to, take you through a journey through the healthcare system, the patient journey of my dad. Like I walked with him, I was with him during the times, like he went to appointments and different things. And I didn't really know what our people went through until I walked this journey with my dad. And unfortunately, it was not the greatest experience. So next slide. So here is me and my dad, a couple of pictures of our journey. So my dad, as mentioned, is a carpenter most of his life, and he built many homes in First Nations communities. So many people remember him as a kind, caring, loving person. So my dad cherished his grandchildren and his family, and he loved them dearly. Again, also as mentioned that, it was interesting because one thing I want to reflect is until I had shown the draft documentary, because my dad was able to see it before he passed. It was in Thompson General Hospital. That is when the social worker actually gave my dad realized that she was dealing with a man who worked most of his life. So within that system, that systemic racism, and again treating my dad as a human being at that time. Next slide. So why are people dying so soon? So this health status of and access to healthcare by registered First Nation peoples in Manitoba report was released in autumn of 2019. And I just really want to, highlight this portion of the report is, according to the report, the life expectancy for First Nations men in Manitoba is 68 years old, 11 years lower than that of any other Manitoban. So also the rate of early death is 3 times higher for our people. So when my dad had journeyed on to the spirit world, he was 65 years old. So that just kind of tells you definitely that, our people are dying earlier. So there is definitely also a large health gap, and it's getting even more larger as, based on research from, 10 years ago or the previous, the health gap is getting larger. So our people are not, the wellness is not coming to our people, but also, our health status is getting a lot worse. Next slide. So this is a timeline and overview of my dad's health condition. I documented everything that we had gone through. So as I'm just going to briefly go over a little bit of it. So his kidneys failed on November 29, 2017, and our family's lives changed forever. So my dad was actually just coming to kidney school. I think his appointment was November 27th of that month. So he was just coming to kidney school and learning about dialysis modalities and learning about kidney disease. So just a month before that, he had to undergo a biopsy of his kidneys. And at that time, his kidneys were functioning at 15%. So already you could see that the screening for our people is late in the game. Like he already at 15%, it's really hard for you to bounce back from kidney disease and for your kidney function to actually get a lot better. So at that time, he actually also to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. The clinic actually gave my dad 2 shots. One was for a flu shot, and I believe the other one may have been a pneumonia shot. And so that evening, he was already getting a little bit sick, but they had said it might have been from the flu shot. So he was going back home the next morning. And luckily, you have to actually transfer in Thompson, Manitoba, and you have to wait for a little bit of a short stint there. So in that short stint, he was getting worse and worse and worse. And then I told my mom, I said, we'll take him to emergency. So she did. And at that time, right away, he was admitted into the Thompson General Hospital, where he stayed for 5 days before they actually airlifted him to Winnipeg on a life flight, which could have cost him his life. Waiting that long of a period, knowing what I find is that the medical history of our people or our patients, anybody, doesn't have to be First Nations, is not followed with them. So we learned a lot in this process. So he was airlifted to Winnipeg at 11:30 at night, and so I had met my mom at the hospital, the Health Science Center, and it was 11:30 at night. And actually, they had said that we don't know what we're going to do with him because we don't have his biopsy papers in any of his e-charts or anything like that. And I said, well, how long are you going to have to wait? They said, well, until the office opens at 8:30. So at that time, I was like, I sat there. And my dad his body like literally was like huge. He looked like he was retaining a lot of water. Luckily, I remembered that I had taken a picture of his biopsy. So I showed the renal nurse at MICU, and right away she said, okay, you know what, this is my go ahead. I'll give him, I'll administer the 24-hour cycler for dialysis. So within a few days, he actually 19 liters of fluid were drained from his body. His body was frail and losing weight faster than any normal person that I have seen. So it was really he was in an induced coma at the time. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a brief background on kind of how his kidneys had failed. And as mentioned in the documentary, my father did suffer from severe chronic illnesses like diabetes, hypertension. He also had Parkinson's and had suffered a mild stroke due to his quadruple bypass surgery. You could see within the 2.5 years until we had done the kidney transplant, he had undergone a quadruple bypass surgery to his heart. And to me, I believe that this was the onset of his end-stage renal and kidney disease. So that we just, we went through a lot of, within that journey, Again, I don't have a lot of time to tell you all the horrific stories that we had gone through. Again, on a lot of the different things that we went through the healthcare system. Like I said, it's unfortunate that our people have to go through this. Next slide. So in his journey, I became, my dad is patient advocate. I was also, I did have a full-time job as well too, but I learned about the health directive, but also a patient advocate later on in my dad's journey. Like I had wished that I had known that, 2 years prior, because it was so hard as a family to get access to information, to advocate for him because of the system. So I did have an Indigenous advocate, but she was within the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, and she was paid by that system. So sometimes they weren't able to do a lot of advocacy for our people because, again, they have rules to follow. So that's one thing I found was really hard as a family, to just trying to navigate that the healthcare system. So my advice to families who have people with chronic illness is that look into these papers within your province. Here in Manitoba, here are the two forms that I had filled out. Next slide, please. So the issues we dealt with in the healthcare system, again, these are, quickly, a few of jurisdictional issues: discrimination, racism and systemic racism, lack of primary and public health care, lack of advocacy support, quality of life in the city. As a patient who has to come to dialysis in the city of Winnipeg, again, the quality of life here is not that great for our people. So having to constantly fight for our rights, it was just interesting that I had continuously had to argue that we were human beings, and healthcare is a right. And it was just constant. Every single person that I had come in contact with, it was getting exhausting. It seemed that I had to continuously do that. So my father experienced inequitable access to healthcare and healthy living in our First Nation community. So we do have a nursing station in our community that's administered by the First Nations Inuit Health Branch. And we also so the primary healthcare side is administered by FNIB. However, we don't have adequate services and infrastructure to properly care for dialysis patients or kidney disease. So again, instead they expected my mom to administer some of the dialysis and also do the blood work and take blood pressure and be the caregiver and basically a nurse while still maintaining a full-time job in our community. So which I know these supports are afforded to other patients that I know of here in the city, as well as the city of Winnipeg. So as you could see in his journey, he did go home for a little stint for peritoneal dialysis, but it only worked for a few months before having to come back to the city due to complications and not having proper services, support, and treatment needed from the primary care facility and staff in our community. At that time, I also had wrote a letter in regards to the nurse in charge there because at that time, my dad was experiencing chest pain, and you could see he did suffer a heart attack after he went back to Winnipeg. But I had to make a complaint because the nurse at that time had said that to my mom that your dad, Ken, is afraid to die, so that's why he's having anxiety and he should just go back to Winnipeg. So it was definitely hard for my family. So my dad ended up having to come back to the city of Winnipeg. Again, food prices and cost of living for dialysis patients in our communities, but also in the city, is inadequate. Northern store prices are extreme, and the food they sell is processed. And most of the food my dad could not eat if he wanted to follow dietitian's orders. So that can tell you the social economic status of our communities, and as well as the cost of food and the cost of living is really high. Hence, I think that's why a lot of our people are getting sick. So again, my dad, like I said, had suffered a heart attack and he had to return to Winnipeg. My dad also needed a 24/7 escort because, like I said, he has Parkinson's and also, had suffered that stroke. So he had Parkinson's on the right hand and then also suffered the stroke on the left side. So my dad didn't have the greatest mobility. my mom had to actually leave her full-time job to come to the city, which put my family in again, a financial strain. And it was very stressful to live in a hotel room with very minimal access to supports, including mental health services. Again, again, with somebody who is going through dialysis, they're actually going through a lot of mental health issues because it really drains their body. So the solution here for me, I think, is that providing dialysis treatment and kidney disease support in our First Nation communities. So in my First Nation, even one hemodialysis machine would be enough to provide care for 6 patients. In sitting with my dad, I was able to calculate a lot of these things. So training our healthcare aides in our community to provide the support for patients while having a nurse practitioner or also a nurse to assist in this process. I know, again, with dialysis treatment, they always have to have a nurse or a nurse practitioner. I know families would be willing to actually sign liability over to have a healthcare aide administer this because, like I said, my mom was expected to do this home dialysis as well too for my dad. So having the adequate funding to train community members and have the proper health professionals in our communities, because our nearest dialysis unit is Thompson, Manitoba, which is a 3.5-hour ride from my community. And that wait list is long. So in order to get on the wait list, you have to wait a long time. So the quality of life is also inadequate living in the city to get dialysis treatment 3 times a week because the service is not available in our First Nation community. So again, like I had mentioned, within the timeline, you can see that my dad had to stay at the Marlborough Hotel for over a year. 4 walls, had to eat at the restaurant food, like he basically memorized the menu. The restaurant food wasn't adequate for a dialysis patient. And as well as, having to live in a confined room for a year and a half was very difficult, both on his escort, but also on my father. The fact that we must travel many miles to get care compromised my dad's safety, familiarity, and comfort of being in his home, surrounded by his grandchildren and his family. Also by the land, and also by being able to eat the wildlife that we do eat up north. It's definitely was a huge adjustment for my family. For me, I've stayed in the city of Winnipeg for 15 years, so I'm used to that. But to see my family come to the city and have to live in such a chaotic environment was also really hard on the mental health. Again, like I said, the solution here is happening. Like, if you're unable to bring dialysis to the community, you need to bring community to the city. And that's what I told the leadership back home, is having a proper facility to call home for long-term patients that need to relocate to get the healthcare needed. Within that same facility, you can actually provide a circle of care model where many supports are available, from the physical, the emotional, the mental, and also the spiritual and cultural supports that are needed for our people. Being able to build a fire outside the building, being able to sit and visit other people who are going through the same thing is, for me, really important, because I could not really understand sometimes when my dad would be I guess frustrated, sad, because I wasn't going through the same thing. So I know dialysis patients, and I've spoken to a number of them, just to kind of, as my dad's caregiver, understand what my dad was going through. Because sometimes I would take things, again, personally, because I was like, oh, why is he angry? And it's because dialysis patients are being drained. So there's also a lot of innovative technologies that are being developed, which is good. However, a lot of these services will not work in our First Nations communities due to the social determinants of health, housing, water issues due to not being on a main line, so having a tank system, hydro not being inadequate. Hydro shuts off in our communities, and sometimes Manitoba Hydro doesn't come until 2 days time. So imagine, being on a dialysis machine, home hemo dialysis machine, and it shuts off, and you have to wait. That means you're going to miss your dialysis, or you're going to get very sick. Also, connectivity issues. So as mentioned, my dad was on peritoneal, and they had given him a USB stick that he had to stick into the computer so that it would flag the clinic in Winnipeg, that whether my dad's pressure went down, or whether my dad's was not feeling well, or as oxygen levels went down. However, that didn't work in our community because we didn't have very good connectivity for internet and Wi-Fi. So innovation is great, research is great. However, you have to also make sure that it's working in a community and it's going to be able to work. So the advancements will help those in urban settings where a lot of these things are not an issue. So that's one of the concerns that I see in the innovations that's coming up. So also my father experienced systemic racism, discrimination, stigma, and mistreatment and disrespect from his visits to hospital and other primary care facilities. So to me, health staff were not compassionate, empathetic in the primary care and tertiary care facilities. This is one of the biggest challenges we faced. I just could not understand. And, you know, I always didn't want to deem it as systemic racism or the fact that we are a First Nation. I always give people the benefit of the doubt. But unfortunately, it proved it proved me wrong that these so again, all we wanted was to be treated like a human being. That's all we asked for. To be treated less than, I could actually count the number of few health professionals that were very kind, caring, and helpful. So these healthcare staff still hold a special place in our hearts and our families' hearts. There are many times when I had to request tests to be done and be the one to notice something wrong with my dad, even though he was in the hospital. As mentioned, when he had a heart attack, I had to demand a CT scan be done on after his heart surgery because I noticed he was drooping to the left side where his Parkinson's one was on his right side. So I was like, there's something wrong here. And I had to for 2-3 days, I had to push the system to say, you know what, just do a CT scan. What's so hard about that? Can we just rule it out? However, they discovered that he did suffer a mild stroke and they didn't catch it on time. So after that, he was prone to stroke. So I think he suffered 5 of them after that. Again, non-insured health benefits as well too. We at the First Nation are the bare minimum. So we must continuously fight for our rights and many times left to fend for ourselves. So who determines that it's medically necessary for our people to have proper treatment and care? Well, most of the time it is an outdated policy and a person on the other side of the phone who has no compassion on what the patient is going through. Also, there's stigma that we get everything for free. If the proper services were provided in our home community, then my father would not have had to be in the city to get access to dialysis treatment and living in a hotel room for over a year, hoping one day that he can go home, lonely and helpless. So the solution here is there is a need to have every one that is a part of a patient's journey to come together and collectively think of a solution. Reality, many of these would be solved if we had the care and services in our own communities, or at least closer to communities, not a 12-hour drive. Also, the social, economic, and environmental and personal factors that contribute to a person's health has a negative impact on our First Nations. I had mentioned, the high cost of food. I mentioned lower wages, again, that directly impact our health condition. Also, the inadequate water and sewage services in our communities, our housing conditions are not adequate. So definitely there's a lot. So in leaving this slide, I want to leave you with these words that my dad had said to me. So to have your father tell you, I'm gonna get this out. I just want to die. I don't like it here. I want to go home. So, that has to tell you how we are treated as First Nations people in a healthcare system that should be there for us and not fighting against us. So my father was fortunate to have me as his daughter advocate and walk with him through this journey. It was a difficult one. There's many times where we wanted to give up, but we kept going. Yeah, so I'll go to the next slide. Next, I got a couple more minutes before Q&A. So I just want to give you a picture of what I've done in my own research around the jurisdictions with the healthcare system we had to deal with. So if you see the federal and the provincial government, and you wouldn't believe that I had to repeat my dad's story for every one of these jurisdictions continuously and constantly. And it actually gets a little bit frustrating and also a little bit exhausting. Even in my own community, we have FNIB administering the primary health care side, and we have community funding model that is administered by our own community with the health director. you can already see that there is already a jurisdiction line in between our own, even in our own community. So already our people are facing jurisdictional issues even in our own community. And you could see that, you know, going to the other spaces, you still have to deal with this. A lot of times they use the FIA as an excuse. And then now the next thing now is COVID. But I find that what I would like to say to people is don't take no for an answer. Continuously fight for the rights of your family members. Next slide. I'm going to quickly go through this one. I might go a little bit over for by 3 minutes. So kidney transplant journey. So this is a picture of my dad on his last dialysis. Like I said, I used to capture and document everything of the journey. Next slide. So being a living kidney donor, it was a family choice. I spoke with my family. My dad actually didn't want to take my kidney. And I had said to him, I said, you know what, again, because of the rules about coercion and different things, I said, no, I actually, you know, tried to convince my dad to take my kidney. I said, because I wanted him to go home. And so I had to actually give a piece of myself just so my dad could go home. You know, that's what we have to do. And ensuring that our people could go home back to, you know, where they feel comfortable. Next slide. So the initial date was March 19th. As mentioned, you know, it was canceled 3 days prior due to the first wave of COVID. The new date was given was July 16th. In this journey, I actually would like the Transplant Manitoba, the nephrologist, my dad's, you know, coordinator. We kind of, you know, went off of their process because you have to have a parallel process, but I was taking care of my dad, so I took him to his appointments. So the nephrologist actually sat there and looked at my dad and he said, Ken, how would you feel if you took a perfectly healthy young lady's kidney, your daughter, and you died within a year or two? And I just couldn't believe that a doctor would say that, but I also understand. But my dad looked at me and he says, and he looked at the nephrologist, he says, I don't know how I'd feel. I'll be dead. So it was really hard to go through a lot of this and to be, you know, I actually, they kept saying, you know what, you're too young, this and that. And I said, no, you know what, this is my choice and this is what I'm doing. And so again, the process took 2.5 years. I've known people where this process has only taken 3 months. So I kind of questioned that long time of going from when he first was given the diagnosis to after when we did the kidney transplant. I did a lot of advocating and pushing, and I never took no for an answer. Even when the new date was given, like before it was given, they kept telling me, you have to wait, your dad's high risk, but we already knew that before even COVID came. And then I found out a non-Indigenous person had gotten a new date, and I called the manager at Transplant Manitoba and I said, what's going on here? I said, we were next in line. And so I had to push that as well too. So again, like there's a lot of different stories I could tell you. I don't have a lot of time. Next slide. So one of the things is we had to go into surgery alone. Which was again also a scary thing to have to go through major surgery and have to, you know, walk into the hospital by yourself. That's a whole other story. Next slide. Again, the goal of our kidney transplant was reached. My dad was able to go home on September 3rd. A lot of the health staff and the doctors couldn't understand why I was willing to give a kidney just so my dad could go home. I told them, I said, if my dad goes home for an hour a week, I said the goal has been reached. And that is how our families are. That is the care and the love that we have for our people. And I don't think a non-Indigenous healthcare system understands that. So they fought against me. Next slide. So my dad did get tired. It actually wasn't the kidney that was the cause of him leaving this world. It was actually his diabetes. He actually had gangrene on his toes. He got his toes amputated and it was a diabetes. And he said, okay, you know what, my girl, I'll just go home. So yeah, sorry. So I took him home for palliative care. I was his palliative care nurse because again, unfortunately, these services aren't provided in our community. So I did his foot care and took care of him. And he took his final breath. He was able to go home for the last month of his life. Next slide. Kidney awareness continues. Our people deserve better healthcare. I continue to provide kidney awareness. I do only have one kidney. I eat healthy. I try and follow, a lot of the, orders that I've been given, and having one kidney, but also having to remember those people who are on dialysis. There's quite a few of our First Nations people who are on dialysis right now, and I feel for them because I've seen my dad go through it. And so I think, today I pray for each and every one of them that are waiting for that kidney and waiting to go home. Next slide. So in a very brief, quick, I know we have probably not that long, probably 3 minutes. Sorry about that. I just needed to get through, I tried to get through everything.
Vanessa, thank you for sharing. Thank you for allowing us to be with you in your journey and hearing your story. I am seeing the comments come in, and you have touched a lot of people, and people want to thank you for what you gave to your father, but also what you gave to us, and the medicine that is love that you offered to your family, to your community, and really how important it is for First Nations communities. We're not individual based, we're based on family, we're based on community, and how that really did come through your story. I also want to take a few moments to recognize that Vanessa's story may have brought forward certain emotions. So the Help for Wellness helpline is available for all First Nations people who want to call, have a chat. They have people there to help you get through your emotions. So just as a reminder, it is 1-855-242-3310. And this again is available 24/7 whenever you need it. So Vanessa, we do have time for maybe one or two questions. And the one that I think I'd like to hear on from what I'm getting is maybe what are the top 3 areas for outpatient care or long-term care that could be in our communities that would be the most effective, do you think, and the most important so that our people do not have to leave their communities? What would be the 3 services that we would go towards?
Again, primary healthcare. I think, looking at some of the services that we do have in our community, we do have a nurse practitioner, allowing that person to also make the call so that, our people could go to a specialist and not waiting for a doctor. Because our doctor, when it comes once, once a month, I believe. But having that, but also ensuring that we do have healthcare aides and other people, because I know it's possible. Because when I took my dad home for palliative, our family took care of our dad, and did everything that a hospital would have did. So I know it is possible having those supports and having that funding. Everybody who did have help our family during that time was actually volunteer. They would come and relieve us as well too. Another thing is again, for kidney disease and kidney patients, ensuring that there is dialysis treatment closer to home or even within our communities, looking at how do we upscale our health center to ensure that even home hemo, because if we can't have it in our homes, maybe the health center could have a room in there so that there's home hemo and there's supports and that wraparound support. If we can't do that, I think the major thing is ensuring that our people have adequate facilities to live in, that are going through kidney disease, that are going through cancer treatment. Again, there's a Ronald McDonald House for children who are closer to the hospital, and that's amazing. And I think we need to have something like that for First Nations to ensure that that cultural support and that continuity is available for them.
Vanessa, thank you once again for everything you've brought us. And our next presentation will be somewhat on the subject about how we can do better and what kind of systems we can put into place so that those issues and the stories that you had to go through with your father won't be faced by the future generations. So I want to say, Walalan, thank you for your time and thank you for sharing your story with us.
Oh, yes. Thank you for allowing me to be in this space. And I think one last quote I want to give is that nothing without us, nothing for us without us. We need to ensure that First Nations are at the table, and actually patients that are going through this need to be at that table. And it can't be non-Indigenous people, researchers that are telling the story for us. It needs to be our people, because that we're the ones who go through it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm Vanessa. So again, just to remind you, the Hope for Wellness line is there if ever you do need it. The number again, 1-855-242-3310, 1-855-242-3310. So for our next presentation, we will be having two doctors coming to speak to us on what does a 7 generations continuum of care look like. We were supposed to have three doctors with us, but Dr. Margot Greenwood was affected by COVID, and as such, we hope her the best recovery, and again, as little side effects as possible. So for our first speaker, we will have Dr. Alika Alafontaine, who is President-elect of the Canadian Medical Association, as well as Dr. José Lavoie, Professor and Director of Ungomazwin Research Indigenous Institute of Health and Healing, who are here to have a conversation on what does a 7 generations continuum of care look like. So I open up the floor to Dr. Alika and Dr. José. Maybe if you want to introduce yourselves first. Alika?
Yeah, for sure. And thanks for the invitation to participate today. I'm Alika Lafontaine. I'm from Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, also have some Oji Cree ancestry. My mom comes from the Pacific Islands, so mixed Indigenous ancestry from a lot of different places in the world. I'm an anesthesiologist by training. Some of you might have met me. Sounds like Vanessa has probably met a few of us in the course of, going through that experience with her dad. And thanks for sharing that and being so vulnerable with it. I think when I reflect on kind of who I am inside the medical system, I think a lot about those same stories that I have that are similar to what Vanessa went through with her dad. And I'm grateful for the insight that I have from within the medical system. And I'm just really excited to chat with you a bit about some of those insights. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Lavoie just to introduce herself.
Thank you, Alika. It's wonderful to be here. My name is José Lavoie. I'm the director of Ungomazwin Research, which is a research center within the University of Manitoba. And the center that I lead is engaged in partnership-based research with First Nation, Métis, and Inuit organizations and communities, and we have been for decades. I collaborate with the First Nation Health and Social Secretariat, where Vanessa was employed. This is how I know Vanessa from way back. And also always look for opportunities to collaborate and serve the needs of the AFN. So I'm honored to be here. My ancestry is French from Quebec, and so are my lineage and my culture. But before starting to do research in this space, I did spend 12 years working in First Nation and Inuit communities in Nunavut before it was Nunavut, and also in Northern Saskatchewan for the Prince Edward Grant Council and Peter Valentine Cree Nation. So the stories that I bring forward are more at the systems level, and they are based on 30 some years of conversations in Canada, across the country, but also in Australia, New Zealand, and now in circumpolar countries as well. I do have that sort of bird eye view, and those are the stories that I'd like to bring forward to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Lavoie and Dr. Lafontaine. And just to update maybe our audience members, we had the opportunity to speak with our 3 doctors then, but 2 doctors today on Vanessa's story and maybe the which First Nations people can face during their times in the system. So for this conversation, we want to do it a bit differently. Instead of just having me asking questions, getting an answer, we really want to give an opportunity to Dr. Lafontaine and Dr. Lavoie to really bounce back off one another, have a conversation on this topic. But I still will pop in every once in a while, just to remind you for the questions and answers, just to send them in our chat. We'll be there, and I'll be the person who will be bringing these questions up to our speakers. But again, I want to leave the floor to you. It was an enriching experience the first time, and I'm sure it'll be just as amazing the second. So the floor is both yours.
Yeah, I might start off if that's so.
Please.
Jose. Yeah, so one of the things that comes across really clearly to me in listening to Vanessa's story is, when you first enter the healthcare system, you expect them to treat you the same as everyone else. I think there's this broad perception that those who have treaty rights or exercise their treaty rights to health somehow we're getting, some sort of special status or value add, when in reality, it's probably, rights minus versus rights plus. And I think as you go through that journey as a patient and as a family support, which Vanessa was both in this journey, which makes it a really unique patient experience, but definitely not a unique experience for First Nations people. Healthcare systems. But what's interesting about how health systems treat treaty rights is that human rights are something that's given to you, that everyone gets. Jurisdictional rights are the same things you get as the people who live around you, but treaty rights are negotiated. And because they're negotiated, there's no ceiling for treaty rights, but there's also no bottom. And so if it's not clear what your negotiated rights are, you could just have an absence of care. And I think understanding those different layers will help you practically as a patient or family member going through, because it's more than just treaty rights. To tell you the truth, people with the most rights should actually be the healthiest. So First Nations, Inuit people, out of all people within the healthcare system, should actually be the healthiest people because they have the most rights to draw on. But because of this misunderstanding of the healthcare system, because of racialization, because of discrimination, because of colonization, and the way that we've normalized treating Indigenous people, persons of color, people from different social economic classes, those who don't speak English, all these different reasons, you end up actually having a much, much worse experience. I think this all ties into the social determinants of health. And I know that Margot was, it's sad that she's not able to be here, that she's sick, but when we were having our discussion, she talked about how those rights flow into the social determinants of health. And you can do an internet search on this if you're not familiar with them, but they're just a list of different criteria that influence health that don't necessarily come directly from healthcare. They're things like access to care in your geographic location, whether or not you suffer from social exclusion, non-discrimination, food insecurity, whether or not you have a home or are homeless, the job that you have, your education level, the languages that you speak. All of these things interact with those different types of rights to give you a very different experience as you go through the healthcare system. Just before I turn it over to Jose, I'll just underline that whether you're somebody who comes from a rural remote community who has no contact with anyone in healthcare, or if you're like myself, who's supporting an immediate or an extended family member, the reality is that racialization, when it exists, strips away any of those protections. I've been with family members as I've gone through the system, and I've been able to point out certain things that are not normal, certain things that shouldn't have happened, but they experience the same things, even though I come from the background as a doctor. And so we're all here together to make a better experience for each other, because we're all caught in the same storm together. And I'm looking forward to the further discussion and answering your questions, and hopefully giving you some tools and insight into how to accomplish that for you, your families, and your community. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alika. This is a wonderful way of starting to put some sort of a framework on this discussion. So you're talking about rights, and I'm thinking about the opportunity to exercise and defend those rights when you're in a healthcare crisis, as Vanessa and her family experienced, and the drain on family, and also the fact that not every family will have a Vanessa, not every family will have the confidence or the ability to self-advocate, and even when they do, not every healthcare provider will be willing to accept that advocacy and welcome it and then act on it. And so for me, there's this issue of interpersonal racism is fundamental and needs to be addressed. And it needs to be addressed in so many ways. First, with the College of Physician and Surgeon and the nursing colleges, the professional colleges, there has to be some accountability for what is experienced through practice. And there should be some ability for families or individuals to call on those colleges to hold professional to accounts. And unless we have that as a system, I'm not sure that we're going to get rid of racism. We will reach those willing to hear through education and awareness. But it's been those conversations have been going on for decades, and the progress is not fast enough. I mean, the story of Brian Sinclair is well known, but that was a long time ago. Well, 2008. So it's going on, it's over 15 years. And then Joy Echaquan was last year. So we're not progressing fast enough. And those are just the tip of the iceberg in terms of those events of interpersonal racism causing death. But then there's the systems level, which is where, just to pick up on your point, Vanessa, when you're talking about the lack of primary health care, Canada is a proud country. We compare ourselves to the US, which has the least performant healthcare system in the world in terms of cost benefit. And we're proud that we're not them, but there's so many better healthcare systems we could learn from. We're just not willing to replicate the worst, but we're not willing to learn from the best either. In terms of primary healthcare and the quality of care available in our country, we don't have a system, we have a patchwork. We have silos, and your slide, Vanessa, showing all the different groups where you had to repeat the story of your father was very eloquent of that. And why is it that his medical chart and his knowledge, just his story did not follow him through transfer? I mean, this is just dark ages in terms of healthcare system practices. And the lack of interoperability between the chart on reserve and the provincial medical chart, never mind the fact that the doctors and the hospital and all those pieces in Manitoba at least are separated still. And that is dark ages, and that has to move forward. You should not have to repeat your story. And privacy and confidentiality legislation, that's just an excuse. That is not the reality. We can work through that. We just haven't. And we haven't because of a lack of interest or energy or pressures. And that has to be resolved. Our systems do not talk to each other. The systems do not work with each other. Our specialists give us different perspective and recommendation that sometimes cannot be woven back together. And we leave it to the patient and the family to figure it out. Elsewhere, I'm thinking about Nordic countries and European countries, not countries that spend more money in healthcare. They don't spend as much money, but countries that are actually having created systems that actually work as systems. We could learn so much more from, and we could develop models of primary healthcare that actually work for patient and their family. We just haven't. I'm going to just touch a little bit on the unreserved healthcare system as I know it. I've been working with those systems with communities for many years. They are, because of First Nation energies, the most agile healthcare system services that we have, because they respond to communities and pressures and needs rather than the 5-year grid and the 10-year grids that the government in Ottawa or in your capital has decided for communities that are not urban. That's how those systems work at a provincial level. But on reserve, there's an agility and a creativity that I think we have so much to learn from. But that creativity is choked by bureaucracy and rules and jurisdictional barriers and a lack of funding. That system on reserve has been grossly underfunded for decades. And so there's pieces there that there's a lot of there's space for considerable amount of improvement, and we could make them better. We just haven't yet. I can touch on so many more, like in terms of the systemic racism that exists, and just to touch on this social determinants of health, since we are touching on that, Alika and I, back and forth to fill that gap left by Margot. You know, we think about remote communities as, oh, they are remote. Well, those communities are not, they were never remote. They were never isolated. When rivers were systems of transportation, they were at the very center of economic activities, and they were hubs. Now they have been made isolated and remote by government who have established centers of economic activity close to the border, close to colonial capitals that were set up for colonial convenience. And so I think we have to challenge this idea of remoteness as being some inherent. It is not, it's a colonial construct. And the rights do not get eroded because you live away from the capital. They just don't. So I'll stop there. I could continue for half an hour, but Alika, I don't know whether you have complementary ideas that you want to pick up on.
Yeah, you have me thinking about a couple of things, and I think we do have to separate between addressing racism and addressing the harm from racism, because I actually think they're two different things. You don't have to eliminate racism to eliminate the harm. You know, if you look at me personally, I mean, if I went into the hospital myself and I knew that the person across of me was racist in their day-to-day work and did all these things that were clearly racist, if they treated me well, if they treated my family well, if they got what they needed in the right way, as a patient, their other racialization, while, you know, unsettling and, you know, I don't like it, it doesn't impact my healthcare the way that that it shouldn't. And I think sometimes we get caught into these conversations about being so focused on, you know, eliminating racism, you know, stomping out, you know, colonization, which is a multi-year thing. It could take a generation for us to change people's attitudes. We can change your experience today. You know, if you go into a primary healthcare environment and, you know, your physician or nurse practitioner, whomever's providing you care, is mean to you, you know, or makes you feel like they're interrogating you or they don't trust what you say, we can change that tomorrow. You know, that is a behavior that we can change right now. And I think when I listen to Vanessa's story and the ways that we can address, you know, the challenges, there are very specific things in that story that were either thoughtless or came from a place of racism that you could change that action very, very easily. You know, and I think that that's one of the powers of us having our own stories is we don't get caught into, you know, this back and forth where people want to talk about their intent instead of what they're literally doing. You know, because if we address what people are doing, their actions, that's measurable. That's something that we can show whether or not things impact. Those are things that we can clearly say, you know, violate, you know, regulatory standards or violate what they should be doing in hospital. And I think that that's something really powerful that our communities, you know, whether it's First Nation, Inuit, or Métis communities, are just starting to realize. You know, if we can clearly say the actions that we want to stop, and we can couch that within the rules that everyone's supposed to be able to depend on so they can have a good experience, you can get change fairly quickly. You don't have to wait.
So, I mean, that's, I just want us to pursue that a little bit further. This issue, I fully agree with you that intent doesn't matter. It's the impact that matters. It's how maybe intent gets translated into harm. That's what we should focus on. And that's why I'm thinking the colleges and professional organizations have to hold their members to account and be prepared to suspend licenses when harm has been done. The problem is, how do we capture this information? We were having conversation. I'm working with the anti-racism group at the University of Manitoba. I'm having conversation about an elder reporting racism, and she was advised by a doctor to make a complaint right on the spot. Well, this is an elder having a stroke in a hospital in COVID without any witnesses from the family. The level of vulnerability and the fear of you're in the hands of your caregiver, complaining about the caregiver at that setting could result in more harm. So the terror that comes along with that. So how do we systemize an accountability mechanism that can easily be accessed by First Nation patients when harm occurs?
And if I can just jump in there, there's one of the questions that we are wondering is relating to what you both said. So a system that might take generations to change, those systems that are or do not exist, and that we can go towards. So what's the responsibility of the system to change versus the responsibility of a community of people like Vanessa to fight for that accountability? And what are some of the levers that we do have or that we can go towards as First Nations people who are within the system? Simple question.
You can go first, Jose.
The $1 million question. Look, I fully agree with you, Cedric. It's difficult. It's unfair to expect the patients to be trying to transform the system as they are trying to navigate the system and remain alive, right? That is totally inappropriate. But systems are blind. Systems are, I was going to use the word dumb, and I don't mean it in non-intelligent, but systems are soulless in a sense. They are established, they are blind to their own inadequacy often. They are, it's the way we've always done it type of process. And they're also balancing 1,000 different priorities at any given time. And unless we put pressure on those systems to change, they will not change. And so we need to systematize that voice. And this is where the AFN is such a powerful voice in Canada to push for change. And so have the PTOs in every province can push for change, but it's a burden that is unfair. And in that paradox, I'm not sure where, whether I can advise on a different way of going that is not unfair. It is unfair, and yet I'm not sure how else we can do it. Alika, you might have some better ideas.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with kind of where you've been taking the conversation. So I'll break it down just based on how I think about it. And I've been in healthcare since 2002 as a medical student. Before that, I spent about a decade doing health advocacy and participating in health initiatives. There's the practical reality and there's the ideal state of everything. And what's the practical reality for patients everywhere, Indigenous and non-Indigenous? If you don't advocate for yourself, you get bad care. That's the reality we're in post-COVID right now. As we kind of come out of hopefully these pandemics and we don't go into new waves. The system is filled with a bunch of people who are burned out. We don't have enough resources to get around. When you come into a hospital, you may not get what you need because someone else is taking that for themselves, and so there's this competition that's going on for healthcare resources, and that's all in the context of, a reality that Indigenous people have been excluded from healthcare for years. It's always interesting when we talk about rural remote, because if you look at, different acts that govern resource development, that logging, camp that's across from your First Nation, or that oil and gas development. I mean, they're required to have a healthcare professional there 24/7. They need an evacuation plan. If someone has a cough, they have to be airlifted, immediately somewhere else, depending on, the severity. People within that camp can depend on healthcare services 100% of the time, day or night, and competent, reasonable healthcare services. And yet you have a First Nation or Métis settlement like up here in Northern Alberta that is maybe 5 minutes away, and they don't have access to the same sort of care. So why does that exist? It's because of legislation, right? That is a requirement for resource development. So there is no legislation that governs the requirement to have access to care on First Nations that exists on the books right now. And part of that goes back to what I said before, that treaty rights are negotiated. And although there is the medicine chest clause and, all these other things that have talked about what First Nations were promised, it's not articulated in a lot of detail. It doesn't say you get a family doc. It says something else that implies that you should get a family doc. And so that legislation piece is one really, really important part. The second part is policy-based, and policy is really just a set of rules that people get used to following. They may be rules that are couched in regulation and legislation. They may be couched in just, good practice, like scrubbing floors after doing, a surgery. That's policy, but the actual legislation is very different, right? And so understanding those policies is really important for patients and their families, so you can navigate those things, and I think you hear in Vanessa's story, there's little flashes of insight that I picked up as she told her story, where she said to herself, well, this is the way that it's supposed to be. The policy that surrounds the transplant list, and when you move up or down, realizing that you're in line and you can't be skipped, is actually understanding policy, and so that sort of insight helped her more effectively advocate for her dad and for the family kind of going through that. And the final part of that is, the who within the different players can actually help you. So that doctor standing there, demanding that, you put in a complaint if you're not happy with the care or other things. I mean, you don't complain to them anyway, but they're making you think that that's the way the complaint systems work. You complain to the regulator, you complain to the complaint system within the hospital. There is no requirement for you to tell the physician at that point in time that you're complaining to them. But these sorts of rules don't come across in the way that we're often told to access the healthcare system, complaint system. And I think my final point before turning back to you, Jose, is just the complaint system doesn't work for anyone. If you look at international studies looking at how often people actually complain about things that they should complain about in their care, the rates at which people complain about things that should have been complained about is about 3.6%. That's like 3 out of every 100, 4 out of every 100 bad things that happen. And that's for everyone, not just Indigenous peoples. And I think what that illustrates to me is that the challenges that you're facing in your communities, the challenges that families and patients are going through, they're actually the same challenges, but they're just way more intense. If you have a problem with trust with your physician, the truth is, trust has been lost in a lot of situations across the country. It's just 100 times worse. People are having difficulty with access. It's 100 times worse in First Nation communities. And if we start to think of it in that context, that we all have shared problems, but they're just so much more intense, it'll lead you to places that will have solutions that you never thought of before.
I'm just going to jump off from the legislation because, of course, there's this distinction-based legislation conversation happening nationally. And I really want to jump. You're right. There's absolutely no federal obligation on the books through legislation to fund healthcare services on reserve at a certain level. Obligation by the federal government. I've worked in this space for many many years, and there's just basically the policy. It's up to the minister. It's a matter of policy. So the minister can decide tomorrow to defund on reserve health services and shift it to the province or whatever. It's entirely within their rights at this stage. It could be taken to court and probably changed because that would get to the Supreme Court. Jurisprudence would probably interfere with that. But it still is that the federal government has never stated its obligation. And it's always defined its obligation based on what the province is not offering. So filling that gap. And so that creates really some big issues in terms of managing that as a healthcare system. It's never been managed as a healthcare system, never been funded as a healthcare system. There's no quality improvement money for First Nation to tap into to study how they're doing, their performance, and how they might be improving their performance. This issue of federal primary care nurses and community staff for communities that have taken control over their health services. That's not the case in Northern Saskatchewan, where they have their own nurse. First Nation hired their own primary care nurse. It is in Manitoba, except for one community, and elsewhere. And that had to do with Union, the Public Service Commission of Canada, saying we don't want to lose our nurses as union members. So they're going to go on strike if more nurses are transferred to First Nation control. It's a battle of the late 80s. We have to get into, I would hope that what gets into this legislation, the First Nation part of that legislation, is an obligation for the federal government to name its obligations based on the treaties and Indigenous rights, full stop. And to stop dodging the bullet by saying, oh no, it's provincial, and stop that jurisdictional game of back and forth. Because we've talked about Jordan Principle. Jordan Principle has been somewhat addressed. I'm not sure that it's been addressed at the systemic level. It's been addressed at the funding level for children, but there are many, many other cases of adult Jordans who find themselves in a no-care situation because of jurisdictional debates over who's responsible for what. And it would be great if we could actually finalize a basket of essential services that the federal government is responsible for and entrench that in legislation. Mm-hmm. That would be a start.
Yeah, and just to carry on with that thought just a little bit, I think we shouldn't forget that the provinces actually get funded on a per head basis for First Nation care within the jurisdiction that you live. Like they actually get money for you that they don't spend for you. And there was an experience that I had with, Vice Chief Bob Morasti. He used to be one of the vice chiefs over at the FSIN. He was in charge of health at the time and participating in the alliance. And he actually wrote a letter outlining this to the provincial government. And, asked the question, if you're not going to fund healthcare on reserve in Saskatchewan, maybe we should just get the money ourselves. And I'll tell you, Saskatchewan, since that time, has been doing some creative things about co-funding care on reserve. And so the federal government is definitely one place that we do want to focus on as far as articulating like their obligations to care. But the provinces already have, monies that are put aside for your care, and I think part of that argument is just the scalability. If Yellow Quill First Nation, which I think at the time when I was living in Saskatoon only had, less than 1,000 members just outside of Saskatoon, if they told the provincial government, we'd like to approach the feds about health transfers, the provincial government wouldn't really respond too much. But you have somebody who's a vice chief at the FSIN who represents, 74 First Nations across Saskatchewan, and you have a one in five people within Saskatchewan are, going to be First Nation or mixed Indigenous ancestry over the next, 10 years, like that's a big chunk of your budget that you're getting. And so working with each other in order to create these arguments, I think is really, really important. Like the scale matters in healthcare, and that's one of the places that we run into problems too when advocating for ourselves or our families, is that, we really do need quite a few of us to advocate, because we need to show that not only is the risk high if people don't act, but also the benefit is really high if people act. People want to know that these interventions are going to help. And, the second thing that you had me thinking about, Jose, is just we have such a burden on people when they go through the healthcare system to solve their own problems.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you that we've recognized that in non-Indigenous systems over the last 10 years. We've created these quality improvement acts across the provinces. You actually have an agency in every province that's funded to do this quality improvement, which is more or less like this non-punitive unpacking of the problems that people run into. You have regulators that are funded by physicians and the province to go and actually do these investigations, but they don't work on reserve unless they're invited, because it's outside of their jurisdiction. And they're also not funded for on reserve care because of the agreements that they have with the ministries. And so, we've offset a lot of these responsibilities to make sure people are following standards and make sure that they can, unpack what happened in different ways, but we don't provide that same sort of support for First Nation communities. And I think one of the reasons is First Nation healthcare has always been, moved to the side as like this other. There's the patients, and then there's First Nation patients. And I think demanding the same sorts of things, as you heard from Vanessa's story, that's a really powerful position for you to be in when you're trying to advocate for change. You're not asking for plus, you're asking for the same.
And the solution is difficult, right? I spent during the Joy Etchapon inquiry, I was listening to the inquiry from beginning to end. And there was a patient navigator hired by the community who was supposed to be helping patients, First Nation patients from that community in the hospital. But because she was an employee of the community, she was not given access to the ER. She was basically marginalized within the hospital. Other models of patient navigators have been employees of the hospital, so they have full access, but because they're employee of the hospital, they're not able to advocate for the patient freely, because otherwise they seem to be bad-mouthing their employer. And we don't have a system of advocacy to have at least, even at the beginning of speaking to what you were talking about for First Nation patients. We don't have a model. Here we're talking about, and I'm talking about Manitoba HSC, the possibility of having a high-level committee that the advocate would report to. So it bypasses being supervised locally within the ER or by peers, and it goes directly to the leadership of the hospital. As a potential model, we do have a student who's working on doing some research in that area to see how that might be articulated. Scaling that up to a systems level is something that I'd like to spend more time thinking about. But I'd like to just go back to your argument about provincial healthcare system and how to push on them. We did an analysis in Manitoba of First Nation healthcare expenditure by whoever, the Fed, the province, the regional health authority, the public service, whoever. And we documented that at the time, 15% of the population were consuming 30% of all healthcare budgets. That's what racism and inequities and substandard infrastructure in communities and barrier to access is producing for provincial healthcare system. I think that's a more viable argument than speaking to the provincial dollars that they get for First Nation on a per capita basis, because about 70% of all healthcare expenditures are shouldered by the province for First Nation who live on reserve, because as soon as you leave, the big ticket item is hospital costs, and that's paid by the province, and also medical a family physician and specialist and so on. So looking at how the cost of inequity, the cost of racism, and the unsustainability of that may be a more viable argument.
Yeah, Cedric, it looked like you might have a question just to throw in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you, Dr. LaFontaine. We have a comment from Vanessa herself. I don't know, Vanessa, if you wanted me to read it or if ever you wanted to come speak to it yourself. I am opening up the floor to you if ever you do.
Okay, so yeah, I guess my comment is around in telling our own stories, which also includes data sovereignty. I know that, having our people administer own control and have access and possession within our own governance to ensure that the advocacy is strengthened, because again, in advocating for my dad, and you touched on it, is that I wasn't able to get access to his information until those 2 forms that I had signed, which came later in the game. But also, again, the provincial government, as mentioned, will continue to use our population health data for their own benefit. So if we start taking control of this, and we'll have a clear picture of what our people are going through, and there'll be no barriers or hidden truths, because I find also too, those databases, we're only given half the story. We're only given half the truth. Again, hence why I've documented my dad's story myself, because I wanted to ensure that, that story was told, because it's always brushed underneath the rug. But the question that I have is, again, is that I guess it was more of a comment in stating like the 2 areas around advocacy, but we need to have like an advocacy support or ombudsman or whatever it means outside of the system, because I found that, those that were working within the system, they have good hearts. There's good people out there. I'm not saying that, everyone was not the greatest. There was amazing people out there that would help and support, but also they were hushed. So in order to be able to get that advocacy, we need to ensure that we have control over our own data, so that we could utilize that information to better advocate and provide proposals, so that funding comes to our community. Because sometimes, our wind is being stolen by the provincial government, our wind is being stolen by other organizations, and then, there's no more funding, right? So again, that's just a comment that I wanted to make.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important comment to make, Vanessa, and I'll explain my answer in a few different ways, because I've interacted with different types of data professionally, and then also through some of my advocacy work. So you have the data that comes in that's related to your care, blood pressures, pulse oximetry, surgical reports, etc. You have information centered around patient harm that happens, whether or not that's accidental harm or whether that's harm that arises from racialization or other things. You have your patient story, which comes from yourself when you're explaining kind of your experience, which may or may not be contained within the medical record. All these are different types of data. And I think one of the limitations of OCAP, to be honest, is that it doesn't differentiate between the data, its value, and what you're trying to extract from that data if you did have access to it. OCAP was created in a context where our communities were being researched and none of that information was being shared back to our communities. But the data that we often talk about when we talk about OCAP in like the general health system, a lot of that's not generated from our communities. Like who generates a blood pressure? Does that come from the patient? Does it come from the blood pressure machine? Does that come from, the person that puts it into the electronic medical record or where they're putting it? And so I think we do have to have a more nuanced discussion about data and which data is actually going to bring change. And what form that data needs to take in order to create change. My own opinion of data now, after working in the space for a long time, is that data, to be honest, is worthless if it doesn't make people do different decisions. And that's everywhere from clinical to, reporting patient harm. If I'm in the middle of a surgery and your blood pressure drops and I do nothing about it, that data isn't helpful to you. If you report negative patient experience, whatever the source that comes from, and people don't act on that to prevent that harm from happening again and achieving reconciliation with you and everyone else who was affected by that negative experience, that data isn't really worthwhile to share. And so the question of custodianship and control and all these other things. Those are important components of it. But I think all of it needs to be framed into what are we actually trying to do with the data. The other part of this is that our communities are already under-equipped to deal with quality improvement, patient safety, patient-centered care, cultural safety. Like there's more and more burdens that are being placed on our own healthcare systems that we're just not resourced to do. If you get a report that someone had a very, very bad outcome, they died or they lost their leg or other things, there are legal requirements that you have to operationalize. And that can be very risky for an organization or, political structure that doesn't understand, some of these laws that actually do apply on reserve, And so I think one of the things that might come out of, the discussions that we're having today is having a deeper discussion on how all this needs to be structured. Like, what are we actually trying to get out of the data? Whoever holds that data, what is the risk to them? And how do we get through that? All these questions can be answered. I think we just need to start asking them and answering them. So my end point is the same as you, Vanessa, but I think the stuff behind the scenes, we just need to talk about more openly. That way we can get to exactly where patients want this to land.
And that's a bit the point of this whole forum, right? Starting those conversations, trying to see what we can do differently. We've got about 2-3 minutes left, Sir Dr. Lavoie.
Yeah, I just wanted to share the experience in Manitoba of COVID-19 and there was the relationship between the First Nation Health and Social Secretariat of the Assembly of Manitoba Chief and the province, where early on in the pandemic, FINISM, the First Nation Health and Social Secretariat, asked the province to produce weekly reports on the number of tests, the number of cases, and when vaccination started, and the number, which strains are more prominent. And that was going to be the backbone of the COVID intervention strategy. And they got that. And we were able to also force the province to do the same with Inuit. And that's unprecedented across the country. Nobody else got that. So we have in Manitoba more of a history. And Vanessa, I know who you were mentors. They were my mentors too, right? We have more of a history of pushing systems to be more transparent about what's going on and being more accountable to First Nation governance to be able to govern based on evidence. And so I think if we could extend the same model, and there's no reason why we couldn't, for health service utilization data that might inform how to improve services on reserve by looking at priority setting, knowing how many diabetic hospitalization there was last year that might have been prevented with better primary care. If we could link those data set to community where decisions making are being made about health services provision, we might actually have better outcome. And I'm keep thinking about, I'm working with a renal health team at FINISM, Vanessa, and we're looking at the continuum of care for renal care. And looking at people with high blood pressure. Like high blood pressure is easily managed if there's follow through in primary care. That should prevent issues of losing renal function over time, at least delay it as long as possible. But if primary care is not even able to manage that and screen patient properly, that's places where we need to intervene. And that's not just on reserve, that's also off reserve. We should be able to monitor the system better and demand better performance. So I agree with you in terms of looping decision makers and people that can push for quality improvement with access to the data is one way to hold our system accountable. And we're definitely doing that in Manitoba, maybe to a larger extent than what's happening elsewhere. So that may be something that people who are listening to our presentation may want to connect with FINISM to see what has been achieved and maybe replicate those models and learn about that in terms of this framework that we're discussing today.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Lavoie. And I imagine that the people who are watching will take you up on that offer. Mm-hmm. So I want to take the time to say, well, Alan, thank you to both of you, Dr. Lafontaine, Dr. José Lavoie, for having been with us today, talking about some of the issues, but also some of the ways forward and doing better and going towards that 7 generations continuum of care for our people. So Valalia, thank you very much.
My pleasure. It's been an honor.
And now our next step, well, what's one part of wellness? What's one part of care? It's our physical health. So our next section today is the powwow workout by Amanda Fox to get us up and ready, moving a bit, and trying to get that blood flowing. So Amanda Fox and her powwow workout.
Ani bonjour, Amanda Fox Indigenous Cause, Wakamakon and Donjiba, and Ashabia Kinandonji, Mangdodem. Hello, my name is Amanda Fox. I'm Ojibwe from Wakamakon unceded territory, and I am based out of Ottawa, Ontario. I wanted to recognize that I am on unceded Algonquin territory in Ottawa. So, Chimigwech to the Assembly of First Nations for inviting me to the 7 Generations Continuum of Care. I'm really excited to be here with you. So today we will be doing a little 15-minute dance workout. So before we begin, I just wanted to say to get a space ready where you are. I'm just gonna be talking for about 5 minutes, so I'll give you some time to get some water, get some comfortable clothing on, and get a space around you. It doesn't have to be a big space, but we're going to be going back and forth. Back and forth and side to side. So, just get that space and get yourself ready for an intense workout based on, well, you can do whatever you feel is comfortable to you. If you don't want to get too sweaty, don't have to do as much work as I'll be doing today. It's just a 15-minute dance, but within these 15 minutes, you're going to be sweating towards the end and you're out of breath, maybe, if you're not used to dancing much. So yeah, it's a pretty good workout. So for those that don't know what a powwow workout is, I should introduce myself a little bit, give you a little bit more details about myself. So I have been dancing since I could walk. My family introduced me to the powwow circle from the moment I could walk. So my mom and my dad were both dancing. They were both dancers. My dad was also a singer. And so I grew up in the powwow circle, and it's always been a really big part of who I am. So I grew up teaching how to dance, teaching little girls, teaching people older than me, all ages. I just love to teach. And with the powwow workout, I started in 2019. I started doing the powwow workout at the National Arts Center, and it was just a weekly thing. We'd have drop-ins and people would come in. It was just an amazing time. Then we got into COVID and I stopped for a bit, but I'm really excited to be offering it again and to be able to dance again. It feels so good to be able to hear those songs and to dance those dances. So today with the powwow workout, I'll be incorporating First Nations powwow steps and powwow songs into this 15-minute workout. So it's going to be like Zumba style. So when I'm moving left, you're moving, I guess you would be moving right, because you're going to be copying, like mirroring what I'm doing. So it's a pretty good workout. So just follow my steps. I'll be incorporating different steps from different powwow dances. So just based off what I've learned throughout the years, what I've seen. And it's pretty basic. I'll do 4 movements per song. So it's only, I'm only gonna have 3 songs plus the stretch song. So I like to always include a stretch there at the end, just because it's really important to, even like if we're in a powwow, you would want to stretch after, because it's such a big workout, especially if you're dancing in the powwows, intertribals, all day. It's just a really good workout. So yeah, we'll get to that stretch after. So I guess from here, if you have everything ready, we're gonna get started with our first song. So this first song is by Thunderhill. It's called Gliding the Notes. You can find it on Spotify or YouTube. And we'll get started. So again, just follow my footsteps. And again, I'm incorporating different movements from different styles of dances. and it's open for everyone. Okay, so the first one is a basic step. So we're just gonna be getting used to that step. So follow the beat of the drum. You hear that drum beat, you're following it with your feet. So we're just getting used to this beat. And from here, we're gonna go into more of a hop step. So from here, we're gonna be going just a little bit higher with your hollow steps. So for this one, this song, we're just gonna keep it basic. Just go back and forth, and side to side. Right from here, we'll go forward and back. Forward and back. Forward, back. Forward, back. One more time each. And one more time. Back. Good job. From here, we'll stay in our spot. And we'll go side to side. So it just looks like this. And then back. So again, make sure you have space there. Side to side. Side. Again. Good job. One more time each. Back the other way. Get back to your spot. From here, we're going to stay in our spot. We'll go in a circle. Good job. Other way. Other way. One more time each. Good job. One more time. Great. Stay in your spot. Good job. Woo! So that was our first song. So right now this is just our break song. So we're gonna go into our next song. Whew. I hope you're sweating like I am. So for this next song, I'm gonna be incorporating Woman's Jingle. So Woman's Jingle is known as a healing dance. And that's a dance that I grew up dancing. So it's my favorite and I love it. And we'll get started. So we'll start with putting our hands on our hips. But if we are holding a fan, we'd be holding a fan and a purse. But for now, we're just gonna put our hands on our hips. Okay, from here, we'll just go 1, 2, 1, 2. So we're just getting used to that beat again. All right, and then from here, we're gonna lift our feet and bounce higher. Good job. All right, from here, we're just gonna go forward, back, and do that 4 times each. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, switch, 1. So again, if you're not working out too much, just do this. One more time each side. 3, 4, switch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right from here, we're gonna go in a circle. So make a bigger circle. And try to stay with the beat of the drum. Good job. Keep going. One more time. Good job. And from here, we're gonna go side to side. Okay? So it's a fast beat. Try to stay with the beat. Switch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Switch. 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 2, 3, 4. Switch. Switch. Okay, now we'll keep going with the beat. Good job. Whew. That song got really fast at the end. So again, this song, or this workout, it's only 3 songs of dancing and 1 song of stretching. So this next song is by a tribe called Red. They're also known as Hallucination now. So we're going to be incorporating a few different steps. We have men's traditional, woman's jingle, fancy shawl, and then just a quick, just a regular intertribal step. Okay? So we'll get started. This is our last song. So try to put as much as you can into this last song before our stretch song. So by now you should be sweaty. It's a pretty good workout. So I'm so excited to be getting back to the powwow world. I live in Ottawa, so we don't have that many powwows around here right now. But there are so many that are opening up during the summer. And I'm so excited for that. All right, from here, we're gonna start with our jingle step. Okay? All right, from here, pretend you have a fancy shawl. Just go in small circles. Again. Good job. All right, so we'll go back down. From here, we're just gonna lift our knees a bit higher and go lower with our body. So again, I'm incorporating steps from different powwow styles. I'm not saying I'm a traditional dancer. So you should be feeling it right on your thighs. All right, from here, we're gonna go back up. And we'll do a hop. And let's lift our shawls. And circle. Turn. Turn. last song. And now we'll go into our stretch. Okay, so we'll start with our necks. Whew. And breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, we'll start with our necks. Just side to side. Good job. All right, we'll go with our shoulders. So back. Let's do bigger strides here. Feels good to have a little break from sitting down. All right, forward. Good job. From here, we'll go to our arms. I hope you enjoyed yourself with this quick 15-minute dance. Quick stretch. And switch. From here, we'll go into a chest stretch. So put your hands behind your back and just stretch your chest. Good job. Now we'll go into our hips. Let's just do circles. And the other way. Good job. Alright, we'll go with our thighs. Grab one ankle. And balance yourself. You can use something if you need it. Otherwise, just put your other hand in here. Good job. And we'll switch. Woo. This one's harder for me. Good job. Alright, so from here, I'll go back a bit. I'm going to stretch, just like so. So you can hold your ankle, you can hold your toes.
It's all my fault that you ran away. Baby, that's all I wanted to say. I miss you next to me.
And switch. Good job. Go to our ankles. And switch. And switch feet.
Now that you're gone, I finally can see I'm not as strong as I seem to be without you next to me.
Good job. Alright, so that's all for our workout today. So thank you so much for joining me today at AFN 7 Generations Continuum of Care. Again, I'm really excited to be here with you today, taking a break from all of that and just, rebalancing ourselves with this self-care routine, incorporating power workout into that, and just taking care of ourselves, and spending time together. Whether you are with me or not, I still feel like we're together. So Chimigwesh again to AFN for the invitation and for getting me all sweaty and ready for powwow. So thanks again, Chimigwesh, Mamapi. Bye.
So miigwech Walalin to Amanda Fox for having made us move a bit. She says sweaty, but I say glowing, and agree with her. I can't wait for powwows to come back this summer. 2 years was a little too long. So hoping that energized you guys for our final section of our day. which is Integrating Priority Populations with Albert McLeod in Nakuset. Our section here is both of our speakers who've been advocating for First Nations in their fields. Albert working with First Nations Two-Spirited communities, and Nakuzet working with Indigenous homeless population in Jojage, otherwise known as Montreal. The way we're going to do it is different than what we've been doing earlier. So each speaker will have about 10 to 15 minutes to present their thoughts about what a continuum of care would be in this holistic and inclusive way that we've been mentioning from the start. Both speakers will be presenting one after another, and we'll be collecting the questions again in the chat box as we go, with a final Q&A session with both of our speakers at the end. So now that we know what the structure is, I'll turn it over to Albert William McLeod.
Thank you, Cedric. And welcome to today's session. My camera's not working well, but you have an image of me, and I look like that every day when I get up. And I will go to share screen because, just a sec here. Oh, here we go. So this is about Two-Spirit identity, which references Indigenous people who are LGBTQ or trans. And it is about our ideas of health and the work we've been doing in the last 45 years around reclaiming our identities, but also working in the area of health and wellness. Next slide. So in terms of our focus, what can be done to make First Nations wellness a step forward in a holistic approach, as well as were we to implement a continuum of care, what would be the place and process with regard to Two-Spirit individuals. Next slide. So at the recent inquiry, that was the final report was released in June 2019. And in the inquiry, they brought in the mandate, which really is about decolonization and reconciliation. Because when the inquiry received its mandate from Parliament, it was under the sort of title of Indigenous women, but that was a colonial construct of what is a woman in the context of colonization. And as the inquiry progressed, it broadened its mission and mandate to include 2S LGBTQIA people, which is the longest version of this acronym in the world and in North America. And I'm really proud to say it is Indigenous people who are using this inclusive term. So 2S references to Two-Spirit or Indigenous LGBTQ people, L for lesbian, G for gay man, B for bisexual person, T for transgender person, male or female, or non-binary person, Q for queer or gay people, Q for questioning, which are people who are exploring their gender or sexuality, I for intersex person, and A for asexual person. Next slide. So gender diversity or gender variance, as well as sexual orientation, were things well known to Indigenous peoples around the world prior to colonization that began about 500 years by Euro-Christian Europeans. And in the mid-1800s, there was still evidence of trans female people who were still very active leaders in their communities and cultural informers, contributors. And this is Wewa, who's a Zuni Lahamana, who was born biological female and lived born biological male and lived as a female, and was quite a renowned artist. And so this is an image of Wewa in her regalia as a female, and was functioned as a female with a biological male physiology. Next slide. So when we think about decolonization and reconciliation, we have to understand the damage that has been done to Indigenous languages as a part, an aspect of colonization. And we know in Indian residentials and schools and day schools that speaking Indigenous languages was forbidden in a forced assimilation to speak English and also to become Christian. Now, in that, over 150-year period, some of the words that would have described gender diversity have been forgotten. just in terms of erasure, but also length of time, in that, speakers in these generations may not even be aware that these terms exist. And some of these words, because of sort of the homophobia and transphobia in the Euro-Christian religions as well as governments, that they were potentially for people to be outed, as well as they were referencing the old culture. So in many cases, these words became taboo. But there are some examples, and we know that there's over 156 examples in North America. So in the Ojibwe language, we have agukwe, which describes a transgender woman, and the literal translation is a hidden woman. In the Lakota language, winkte, a would-be woman. And in the Navajo culture, the nadle, referred to as the transforming one. So in terms of Indigenous culture, ceremony, and philosophy, this is not new. It goes back prior to colonizations, tens of thousands of years. And we're now just coming to a period where we are reclaiming this knowledge and sharing it within the paradigm of social justice, but also within health. Next slide. So it's regarding equity. And I know in the previous presentations, we talked about equity within different systems, particularly healthcare system, and realizing, that a lot of times, Two-Spirit is referred to as diverse, but my position is we're not diverse. We're priority populations because we are oppressed historically through colonization and racism and also homophobia and transphobia. So we fit within that paradigm of Indigenous health all over, and that, whether you're urban, rural, on reserve, northern, or remote, that we need to have equity of services regarding our lives, as well as our heterosexual brothers and sisters. So in terms of, our sexual identities, anyway, it is about affirming our desire, attraction, pleasure, intimacy, lust, and love. And I'll speak about this a bit later. So these are two powwow dancers, Adrian and Sean, from the Nevada area, and they dance in powwow as two male partners, lovers, same-sex partners. And here we see an image of them kissing, and that is a norm in society, that two women who are in a relationship kiss, and so do two men. And so it is over, exposure that we begin to see this as normalized, as with our heterosexual brothers and sisters. Next slide. So for Two-Spirit people in North America and around the world, we do have our alliances with the broader LGBTQ2 community. And here we see some variations. The one on the top left is the pride flag. That's more common now in North America. That includes people of color, also the transgender community. So it's the 6 colors plus the other colors that sort of talk about that inclusion. Then the 2 feathers is for Two-Spirit. The medicine wheel is again another Two-Spirit particular flag. And there has been some movement in the inclusion in the Métis community in Canada, particularly in Manitoba, where we have 2 locals which actually identified as Two-Spirit, and there's also one in British Columbia. Next slide. So in terms of health outcomes and this continuum, 7 generations, which 7 generations from now will take us to the year 2197. And so in the coming generations, it really is about confronting colonial genocide in Canada and making Canadians understand that Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people are indispensable to the future of Canada as a nation. And that, again, is a forgotten legacy of the making of the treaties, the signing of the treaties, and that equity for women and Two-Spirit people in this overall process and the delivery and access to healthcare. Next slide. So one of the most important philosophies or cultural imperatives of Indigenous people is the belief that every child has a purpose, a role, a destiny, and possesses a divine gift. This philosophy applies to LGBTQI Two-Spirit people who also come from the spiritual world. To negatively interfere with the life journey of Two-Spirit people is a social and cultural taboo among Indigenous peoples around the world. Next slide. So in terms of our understanding what existed prior to the disruption of Euro-Christians and the colonial period, there was a power in place, and that is the name of the National Inquiry Report, of all who were born into each family, each community, and each nation. And people were seen as a gift to the natural world, to the human world. And so everybody was seen to contribute to the whole. So this is what it looked like in pre-contact. There was legends and stories and ceremonial practices that told the story of inclusion, and everybody had a role and a place. Next slide. This is the damage after 300 years of forced assimilation, anti-Indigenous racism, systemic racism, and colonial genocide, is that knowledge has been severely damaged, eroded, erased. And so we now are left with these sort of unrealistic ideas of masculinity and femininity, and also with the polarization of the gender, which is really the root or the seat of violence in our culture, whether it's misogyny or homophobia or transphobia. It's these ideals that are upheld by the state and the church in terms of that men have to be masculine and women have to be feminine. Next slide. And so we're coming back to reclaiming that power in place of all members of the community, again, to prevent that violence, that gender-based violence. And it is a process of decolonization, reconciliation, and indigenization. Next slide. So here, for the Two-Spirit people, Gay American Indians was founded in San Francisco in 1975, which is 47 years ago, almost a half century ago, by Barbara Cameron and Randy Burns. So that, again, our liberation movement began almost half a century ago. So again, this is not new. And part of our process has been to reclaim our identities through land-based processes, in that we've been gathering in camping sites in nature for the last 34 years across North America, in Canada, and the US. So this is the model that we bring to the table, is about land-based health development in the next 7 generations. We've made that journey to over 34 years, visiting our relatives in Canada and the US and learning about these cultural aspects of our health. And initially in 1988, that gathering began with our response to the HIV pandemic. And now we're experiencing another pandemic, global pandemic, which is COVID-19. So as survivors of that first pandemic, Two-Spirit people have a lot to contribute to moving forward out of this pandemic of COVID. And this gathering this year will be held in Montana. It'll be the 35th annual International Two-Spirit Gathering. Next slide. So understanding in terms of jurisdiction, whether it is federal, provincial, territorial, or Indigenous, Métis, Inuit, or First Nations jurisdictions, whether it's legal, cultural, social, or health, that there are laws in our country that upheld our inclusion, which is regarding our biological sex, our gender identity, as well as sexual orientation. And as mentioned earlier, there are gaps in the healthcare system, and many of those gaps are preventable. And some of them are actually because of homophobic or transphobic attitudes and the exclusion of Two-Spirit people within programs and within governance structures. Next slide. So in terms of moving forward, we have some capacity building projects here for Two-Spirit organizations in Canada. Two-Spirits in Motion Society, which is the national Two-Spirit network and organization that has a mandate from the Assembly of First Nations. The Two-Spirit people of Manitoba, Four Feathers Society in BC, and then the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society, and then the Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance in Eastern Canada. Next slide. And as you see with the National Inquiry, National Action Plan, and the Pathway Forward, Funding envelopes are being released, requests for proposals, and you can see how they're worded here. That the inclusion of women, and this is gender-based violence, that organizations, and that they include 2S LGBTQIA+ in these calls for proposals. Next slide. So some of the recommendations: track regional participation of Two-Spirits and allies, and we did talk about data collection and sovereignty and governance. Harness your political power, write letters to key players, influencers, build a social media network on Facebook, blogs, etc. Submit abstracts to local, national, and international conferences. With regard to this one, I rarely see a Two-Spirit abstract in a First Nations, Inuit, or Métis health conference or housing conference. And that really speaks to the exclusion and the gap, or the ignoring us as a priority population. Make contacts with local media, TV, radio, etc. Next slide. We're almost at the end. So in terms of health, ideas of health and social development for families to adapt to the Two-Spirit reality of your child, continue the love and nurturing, support Two-Spirit gatherings, support chosen or surrogate families for Two-Spirit people, create and support Two-Spirit rites of passage, affirm personal gender identity and expression and pronouns, include Two-Spirits in cultural, spiritual, and political events, and provide Two-Spirit specific sexual health information. Next slide. So as we look at decolonization and reconciliation, and here's an example where we are looking at the impact of Indian residential schools and day schools on Indigenous, mental, emotional, spiritual, psychological, and physical health. And last year, September 30th, was the first National Awareness Day on reconciliation. And I noted there was no referencing that Two-Spirit people were in Indian residential schools. And it was really being presented as a heteronormative experience. But it was really the roots of homophobia and transphobia in First Nations and Métis and Inuit communities, in that these children were segregated in binary gender dormitories. And that really began the erasure and suppression of the Two-Spirit identity. So we made this t-shirt for this September, and it says, "Every Two-Spirit child matters." Because if we don't say it, I don't think anybody else is going to say it. Next slide. So just in closing, we will always love and need love. From our arrival from the spiritual realm, through pregnancy, infancy, toddler years, childhood, puberty, older adolescence, adulthood, middle age, senior years, and our departure back to the spiritual realm. And these are our Two-Spirit elders, Barbara Bruce from Saint Laurent, she's a Métis elder, and Manny Chakaby, who is a lesbian grandmother from Thunder Bay. And this slide shows those different generations, and I think there's more than 7 on this particular slide. Next slide. That's it. So in terms of healing and reconciliation and looking to the future, cultural knowledge keeper here, Roger Roulette, shared this with me. The strength of a culture is not defined by what it can repel, but by what it can absorb. So after 500 years of disruption, I truly believe that our ancestors left the knowledge and the tools for us for this time as we come out of this disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for your presentation. Again, changing that language away from diversity, but going towards priorities. People that we have to be, if we want to talk about an inclusive system, be inclusive for all. So thank you for reminding us of that. Our next speaker to talk about our second priority population is Nakuzet, who is here to talk about the Indigenous homeless population in Montreal, otherwise known as Tiohtià:ke. So Nakuzet, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of slides, and I feel really bad for the person who has to switch them, because we're gonna start, and as I'm introducing, I need you to go to the first at least 5 while I do my spiel. Okay. All right, so next slide, please. and just keep going until like the fifth one. So I'm going to talk to you about the urban realities with the homeless population. We needed to create Resilience Montreal because there was no shelter that was Indigenous led in the Cabot Square area. So we had to create one because there were a lot of deaths that were happening. This is around 2019, before the pandemic, that we had to create something. And I find, you know, as someone who has been in Montreal, who has been working at the Native Women's Shelter for over 20 years, that unless we create our own services, nothing will happen. So next slide, please. We created Resilience Montreal. We made sure that it's Indigenous led, but we invite everyone to come in, and dogs. Keep going. And then what happened was that we have country food. Next slide. And then once the pandemic hit in Montreal, everyone just shut down and there were no more services. We were the only organization that continued to stay open. And then because so many people showed up because there's nowhere else to go, we needed to go outside. We didn't want to just abandon people. Next slide. So what we wanted to do, because I spoke to different people in the city, I'm like, why don't you just make us a really like giant tent and everyone can be outside like they did in tuberculosis with blankets, warm, and that way we can still help people. They weren't really up for that, but we still went outside. We started putting out our own tables, giving food, giving services, and then eventually the city was sort of like, okay, we're going to now help you. Next slide. So what they ended up doing was giving us red tents and having small tents all around the park. So if you go through like the next 5 quickly. So we had to also give information. We had to make the most incredible food because, you know, food is like, you know, one of the essential needs. Oh wow. Yeah, stop there. No, go back. And we made sure that, you know, during the pandemic, if there's nowhere to go, if there's no safe spaces, at least we can offer good food. We could give information. We could give like resources. We started giving sleeping bags, everything that people could need. And we were there in the park for 7 days a week until, you know, things started to, we were like things to change in terms of measures, right? So probably during like the 3rd wave was when we went back into the building, and we're still back in the building. But because the pandemic was ongoing and because things were changing so quickly in Montreal, next slide, please. In Quebec, they had this, you know, measure where they decided that anyone that was on the street after 8 p.m. Needed to go home. But if you're homeless, you don't have anywhere to go. And the government was saying, we're going to ticket you if we see you on the streets. And what happened was one Innu man had nowhere to go, went to a porta potty and froze to death. And for me, I've been asking for a really large warming tent for like the beginning of the pandemic. So I was incredibly upset when we learned the news. And I was with Michelle Odette, and she offered a Chapatuan. And then I also spoke to Ian Lafreniere, who is the Secretary des Affaires Autochtones person. And also, you know, speaking to different people from the Innu Nation as well as the Mohawk Nation about constructing a tent, keeping it warm, allowing people to show up so that no one else passes on. Next slide, please. So this is the Chapatuan that Michelle Odette offered me, but was refused by the city. Next slide. And just do like the next 5 ones quickly. So this actual tent was what it looked like. We made sure that we dedicated to Raphael. This is the staff that came all the way from Quebec City, what it looked like inside the tent. Going. This is Alexander Amboise. So she was the one that was hired to work the tent in terms of the supervisor of the tent. Keep going. And, you know, this is the line every night. Next slide. So we were open from, you know, February, I think February 2nd, we opened 2021 until April 31st, 2022. So that's like 14 months that we were open, and we provided really good food. Again, it was Resilience Montreal that was across the street that used the The tent staff used their kitchen to make all the food. And, because the Native Women's Shelter already has contribution agreements with the city, it was us that was responsible for all the costs related to the tent. So although the city gave us the tent and they heated it, it cost up to $100,000 a month for all the staff, for all the food, for all the supplies. And I was doing a lot of the fundraising with Innu Nation and also the Mohawk Nation, trying to bring monies in so that we can, keep it open for as long as we did. And we served 108,000 people, more than. So I have been working with the city nonstop to try to make sure that this tent becomes an actual shelter, because this is an actual need. And it didn't happen, which is really discouraging, because I was able to rent them 2 different buildings that we can turn into an actual shelter, as well as the Innu Nation had offered a solution, a proposal, and that was also found. So now there is no more tent, and there are, up to 400 people that usually show up at night that have nowhere to go. So that is difficult. So that is one particular area in Montreal. There is also an area in Montreal called Milton Park. So it's sort of like the other end of town. Next slide. So what happened in this particular area was, it is a part where there are a lot of homeless people, a lot of, First Nations, and mostly Inuit people that are around that area. And when Raphael passed away, he actually passed away in Milton Park. The reason why we had the tent at Cabot Square is because I already have contribution agreements, and it was easier for me to put a tent there. But he had passed away, as well as Kitty Kekinerk. And both were on the street. So when Kitty passed away, it was because she had nowhere to go, and she was running from a violent situation and ran to the street and got hit by a car. So within this time frame, there are people that are literally dying on the streets, and no one is doing anything about it. So what happened was, just recently, the neighbors from the area in Milton Park, they put out a press release and also a report. You want to go to the next slide, please? Is that it? Okay. So the report is called "Don't Look the Other Way." And what is really difficult is that this was submitted. This is a report that actually reached out to many different organizations to get feedback. And what's hard is that there seems to be this passing the buck in terms of the city saying, homelessness, nope, it's not my problem. That problem is the province. And the province is like, no, it's not our problem, it's the feds. And the feds are like, no, I'm pretty sure it's the city. So no one is actually taking any responsibility. And this is why while they're trying to figure out what they need to do, we in Montreal, are often creating our own projects and services, because we can't wait for that next person to pass away. Yeah, wow, I did that really fast. That's all I got. So I guess we can do questions, because I literally have to leave in like 15 minutes to go and pick up my son at the yellow school bus at 2:55. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nagazet. And yes, as she said, we are now on to our questions period. So we do have a few questions that have came in. One of them on the presentations being available. The AFN's working on that. So if they are, they will be available in the resources page. So just as a bit of info on that. The first question that I'd like to hear about would be about what kind of shift and how do we shift the lens that we look through and we work through to change the system and the policies in place in both of your fields. Albert, I might go towards you first.
Yeah, I began advocating with Assembly of First Nations to have a Two-Spirit Council because, again, only Two-Spirit people can speak for themselves. And though AFN has an Elders Council, Youth Council, and a Women's Council, we wanted a Two-Spirit Council. So after 10 years of advocacy, writing letters, and I sat in on the all candidates Zoom meeting for the recent national chief position, and we got a commitment from the current national chief, Roseanne Archibald, for that council. There's a standing resolution for the AFN Assembly, I think in July this year, where they're going to vote on that because they have to vote to change the charter of the AFN to include that Two-Spirit Council. So at that level, we're doing some of that work, again, because we don't come to the table as victims. We come to the table as thrivers, survivors of colonialism, of misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, and many of us have PhDs now. So we come to contribute to the overall development of our nations, whether we're Métis, Inuit, or First Nation. And so that's kind of where we're at. And some of us are actually physicians. As you know, Dr. James Makokis is a well-known physician. Dr. Evan Adams works at Indigenous Services Canada, as well as the First Nations Health Authority. And we have a couple Indigenous female physicians here at the Health Science Center in Winnipeg. So again, it really is about framing who we are as Indigenous peoples, and that we can learn from each other, regardless of our gender identity, our sexual orientation, or our sex. And that is how it was seen prior to colonization. So it really is reclaiming that capacity. And just even when we look at legislation, if you're a Two-Spirit person who's living on reserve, you're not going to make it on that housing list, right? So you're going to be couch surfing and end up in the city couch surfing again, and in most cases living in substandard urban housing or being homeless, right? So it's all there, and it really is that voice that needs to be at the table.
All right, thank you, Albert. Magazette.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Talking about how do we shift the lens in our way of working and the systems and policies to better represent and to better assist these populations?
I don't know, okay? Because I've been doing it for 20 years and I'm still kind of scratching my head, right? And what's hard, specifically for urban in Quebec, is that there are so many reports and recommendations that have been submitted and nobody is listening to them. So if you look at the Viens Commission, or you look at, the TRCs, or you look at, the, calls to justice on missing and murdered, it doesn't feel like it's actually applied to any of the institutions. No one is forcing them to do it. So even with this new report, the Don't Look Back, nobody has to read it. Nobody has to apply it. And we have to try to we have to create our own services and initiatives and get our own monies in order to make services for those that are having difficulty. I mean, working at the Native Women's Shelter, it feels sometimes like every systemic issue that comes to us, we have to create programming to sort of counteract it, right? So we're opening the Mioskamin second stage housing in the fall with the Dr. Julian Foundation, trying to implement, legal services to try to fight and get our children back, because no one is applying the 30 recommendations that's specifically from the Viens Commissions to youth protection. So I don't know what you need to do to sort of wake people up and have them want to be partners in taking care of the population. So we just sort of, I think with the Raphael Andre Memorial Tent, what I loved about it was having the Innu Nation, the Mohawk Nation, and inviting the community at large to donate and to help support those that are most vulnerable. So you should ask me next year. Maybe next year there'll be something, but right now, sorry if I didn't answer the question properly, but I really don't know.
Perfect. I think that's one of the realities that we do have to face, right? And you opened up with this saying, if we wait for it, it's never going to happen. I know the chiefs in the Quebec and Labrador region just recently passed a motion or a resolution saying that they weren't going to wait anymore, that they were
Yeah.
going to go towards their own self-governance systems, and they weren't waiting for Quebec or Canada to approve it. They're going to do it. So hopefully that support will be there within those institutions. Another question I'd like to ask maybe, and I'll remind our attendees, any questions you have for our two speakers about these priority populations, just send them in the chat. We've got a few already lined up, but again, want to hear from you and your the things that you want to hear about. So my next question is on the concrete side. What would a continuum of care that is inclusive of the populations that you're here to speak about look like? What kind of services can we set into place? What are the things that we have to go towards to really have a holistic approach in our wellness and care? Albert?
Yeah, I think, it is orientation, education, and awareness. With regard to transgender youth, whether male, female, or non-binary, there's a whole glossary of language that parents need to learn, right? Care providers need to learn, chief and councils need to learn that language, and it is the language of equity. It's the language of cultural safety, of understanding, how people identify, how they want to be seen. And if they're transitioning a gender, there's a whole process that's involved. So it's a learning curve, but it can be done, just as I mentioned with the inquiry, broadening its mission, and did that, the inclusion of 2S LGBTQIA+.
Perfect. Thank you,
I
Albert.
do see it developing slowly, that there are champions, in different parts of the structure, governance structure, programs structure, that are beginning to move things forward.
Thank you very much, Albert. Agree with that?
We need to have services that target all issues, right? So we know in Montreal there's a lot of services that for like shelters that won't allow people in if they're under the influence or if they have heavy mental health issues. So those are the people that are most vulnerable and getting not accepted into any other shelter. So there was a time when they were going to be having like services for like wet shelters. Because of the pandemic, that never actually took off. But basically, the people that come to Resilient Montreal and also the Raphael tent, and even the people that are up on Milton, that's the situation that they're in, that they're having, there's a lot of addictions issues and there's a lot of mental health issues. And these are the people that fall through the cracks. Therefore, we need to make services for them. Unfortunately, people are sometimes afraid of liabilities, and that's why they won't, if someone becomes violent or is under the influence, they just won't allow them to come in because it's harder to handle. But this is something that needs to happen. And, if and when we open the Raphael Andre Memorial Shelter, because that's something I still want to do. I'm actually having a meeting about it tomorrow, about how we can get this done. But that's going to be sort of the mandate that people, we receive them as they are and we work with them as they are, So, that's definitely something that needs to happen. And we need to have more services for those that are aging out of the youth protection system. A lot of the times they age out of the system, they just end up on the street. So there's a problem at youth protection. If youth protection isn't willing to address it, we'll have to have services for those that are coming out of the system and have been traumatized within the system and have sort of like a safe space to sort of, become grounded before they decide to go wherever their path is meant for them to go. So those are the two things that I can think of, off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a lot more. But hey, I got to leave soon.
Yes, and we're coming to our final question too. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is stopping to look at what isn't working, but looking towards what would be strength-based indicators. So what would be the strength-based indicators of success in this world that we're going towards?
I usually talk about it with educators, whether it's on reserve or urban or rural school. And I talked to them and I said, if you have First Nations, Inuit, or Métis students, or transgender, Indigenous, or Two-Spirit students, I said, your job as an educator is to get them to graduate. All that stuff that happens in the middle of the year, you got to solve it with them because they need to leave with that diploma. And that's the commitment, whether it is, medical health at the, University of Manitoba, social work or physicians or nurses. I said, your job is to solve those issues so that they can walk off that stage with that diploma, so that they can have a career, they can have a job, and they can contribute and they can use their skills. So I lay it with the institution and I said, you solve those problems before the graduation so they can walk off that stage with their diploma.
Thank you. Next up.
Okay, so Resilience Montreal. The reason why we called it Resilience Montreal is because we know that people have been, on the streets for about 20 years, some of the population that comes through our doors, and therefore we want to acknowledge that you've been on the streets for 20 years and that makes you resilient, right? So we need to acknowledge that they have had incredibly difficult lives, and our job is to try to break the barriers so that they can get the services that they need so that they can be successful. And successful can look to each person as different things. Maybe successful is just, coming in, being around people that are kind to them, having some good food, having a shower, change of clothes, and just thinking about what they want to do, because what we have to do as well is bring in the other services where there's a lot of systemic issues, and that we open the doors by bringing in, the doctors and, the housing advocates and the addictions workers and the wellness coordinators and the psychologists and all those kind of things. Like, we need to really support the people and empower them exactly from where they're coming from and accepting them as they are, and then building on that. So 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Well, I might actually, instead of asking a final question, just give over the microphone to you guys. A final word you'd like to address our audience with, something that you think is a priority, something we should work on. And again, I just give you that chance for a final word.
Yeah, I think it is our culture, that, and as I said earlier, our ancestors prepared for this time. They could see it coming and they left us that knowledge and tools. And really, it is a challenge for our generation and the coming ones to know that knowledge and to pick up those tools and use them. Whether you're on the street or whether you're working in a hospital, they left us those tools. And really, it is up to us to honor them and to thank them for doing that for us.
And I guess for me, just offering kindness to those that are having a difficult time. That kindness can open so many doors and really make them feel acknowledged. I mean, I keep saying I have to go get my kids, and it's true, but whenever I'm downtown with my children, we always get extra food, and it's my kids that go on the street and they feed those that are just having a really difficult time. And the expression on the people's faces when they receive food from children is like groundbreaking, right? And we know that we've made just a tiny step towards some kind of acknowledgement, and my kids feel really great when they do it, and that person is like, wow, this looks like really awesome pizza. So it's the tiniest little thing, and we all have the power to do that. And I think that we need to continue on that. And if we have the skills to create other projects or fundraise or initiatives, that's my alarm, I gotta run, then let's do that. But just the little acts of kindness can make such a difference. Thank you so much for listening to me. I have to run.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your words, both of you. Nakuzet, Director of the Native Women's Shelter of Montreal, and Albert McLeod, First Nations human rights activist. So thank you both for your time.
All right, bye.
Bye.
And now this brings us to the end of day one. But not the end of our event. So we will be closing the fire after our 3 days. So we will not be having a closing ceremony today. I just want to take the time, however, to go over a few of the things that we heard today about the image of a broken bridge, our current system having holes in it, being difficult to cross and being the only way forward, and looking towards new ways to go towards our wellness, going towards those relation-centered opportunities. Hearing about Vanessa's very, very personal story about having to give a piece of herself just so her dad could go home. One story, but representing so many of the realities that we know. Personally, in my family, and I'm sure in yours, you have images and situations that are similar. Talking about rights-based opportunities, about where our health systems come from and how we can do better, about some of the issues that exist, but then also how we can go forwards and working towards that accountability, that advocacy for First Nations wellness. And finally, the importance of education, orientation, inclusion, and being kind. I think that's one of the best ways forward. If we want to do different, we have to think different, moving away from those systems that are very Western, very structured and rigid, and going towards those that are based in our own traditional values. So I want to take the time to thank everyone, thanking also Amanda Fox for making us move, giving us our rosy cheeks, and finally say that we will be seeing you tomorrow at the same time, same place. Thank you, our elder Oscar, for his cultural teachings, for his opening prayer, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.